Welcome. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please take this time to silence your mobile devices. Please welcome back Tina Descovich.
Welcome back. I hope you guys have had a great morning. I know there were some really wonderful breakout sessions. We just want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. It is not cheap to put on an event of this magnitude, and so many people have stepped forward to help us put on an excellent event. First of all, our media partner, Real America's Voice. We are grateful they are here live. Yes, give them a round of applause. They support Liberty, and so you'll notice they're out in the hallway doing interviews. John Solomon is going to do his show live today from 6 to 7, so that'll be fun if you want to stop by there. Also, our biggest sponsors are Heritage Foundation, Turning Point USA, Honest Election Projects. You heard earlier from Digital Childhood Alliance. We are grateful for them. So please look on the screens. I think we have over 25 sponsors, or maybe even up to 30 now. I want to call your attention to this little card. You can get it at the registration desk. If you visit all of the tables, you can be entered into a drawing for a basket of merch. So visit our sponsors. We are so grateful for them. Get them checked off on your card. Take your card down to the merch store at the end of the hallway, this hallway here, and drop it in for a drawing for some free merchandise. And I think now we have a video from Heritage Foundation. Thank you.
They say there's nothing in the world as powerful as an idea whose time has come. When the Heritage Foundation was founded, the idea was simple: empower principled conservatives and build a battleship for a new conservative movement. But 50 years later, those conservatives have inspired a new generation, and that battleship, now powered by 500,000 of our closest friends, has scored public policy victories never thought possible before. The Heritage Foundation has become the space for conservatives to meet, strategize, organize, and come out fighting again. All on behalf of the only special interest in Washington that matters to us, the American people. It's been 50 years and a lot has changed. Our challenges are greater, our nation's enemies more ruthless. But some things, the things that make us who we are, have stayed the same. Our heritage is believing parents have a say in their kids' education. Our heritage is understanding that when we give up the right to life, we give up everything. Our heritage is protecting free and fair elections and knowing a broken southern border when we see it. Our heritage is refusing to drown our grandchildren in senseless government debt. Our heritage is telling corrupt foreign governments, woke corporations, and leftist bureaucrats that they belong in the backseat. Because heritage is what we're given, but it's also what we'll pass on to future generations. And that's an idea whose time has come.
Please welcome Moms for Liberty, Tulsa County, Oklahoma Chapter Chair, Shelley Gwartney.
Good afternoon. I hope you all have had a super warm welcome so far at Summit. I just want to thank you so much for all you did to get here this year. I know it was a lot of work to plan all your travel arrangements, to figure out your kids' schedules. Some of you meal prepped for an entire week. It's a lot to plan for your family to be away from you for several days. I want to acknowledge and honor the sacrifice that you did to get here. I want to honor and recognize your dedication to educating and empowering yourselves and your commitment to the next generation. On behalf of the whole national team, I pray you feel appreciated and so important. And I pray that you make so many great memories this weekend. You know, the opportunity to even gather like this, is because we live in a country where we are free to assemble together, to freely share ideas, and to even petition our grievances against our government. But the hope we have solely comes from our Heavenly Father. His Holy Spirit fills us with the courage and the stamina to keep going. So I want to thank him again for the blessings of this weekend. So if you'll pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you again for this day. Thank you for every person that's here today. I pray that they leave with a renewed and refreshed spirit. I pray blessings on all of our speakers, our supporters, and all the staff that is so graciously serving us today. Bless them tremendously for their investment in us this weekend. Help us shine your light to everyone we encounter while we're here. All the glory and thanks go to you. Bless this food and our fellowship. In Jesus' name, amen. And you are free to enjoy your lunch.
At this time, we will take a short break as lunch will be served. Ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back to your seats. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please welcome from the American Culture Project, Senior Fellow Corey DeAngelis.
How's everybody doing? How does it feel to be in the great state of Florida? How does it feel to be in the great state that has education freedom for all? Look, it's been a great year to be a school choice advocate, an advocate for educational freedom. And look, we've had 17 states go all in for school choice in the past 4 years alone. We're winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning. We got to think, look, for a long time, the education cartel has had a control over politicians in American education. They've been basically the only special interest group in town. But guess what? There's a new sheriff in town, and they're called parents. They are called Moms for Liberty. Anybody see my daughter walking around recently? She was actually crawling around. Angelina's here at this conference the first time ever. She has her cute little jeans on. She has great jeans. Yeah, thanks to her mom. She didn't get the looks from this, but and her grandma's here as well. We have Grandmas for Liberty in the room as well. So another great victory is that I got my mom to leave the public school system, retired after 30 years in the public school system. But we're taking the fight to the teachers' unions, and we're going to abolish the teachers' unions once and for all. And we really should let's raise our glasses for a toast. We should thank Randy Weingarten and the teachers' unions for inadvertently doing more to advance school choice, homeschooling than anyone could have ever imagined. Thanks, Randy. We couldn't have done it without you. But we're taking the fight directly to the unions. We're assembling a team to dismantle the unions. Are you in? And it's because they've really stepped on a rake. They've been overplaying their hand and showing us their true colors. Did anybody see their resolutions that I leaked on X earlier this year from their conference in Portland, of all places? They basically said that they were going to spend thousands of dollars to declare President Trump a fascist. And guess what? In that same resolution to call our duly elected president of the United States a fascist, what did they do? They misspelled the word fascism. You can't make this stuff up. They're supposed to be representing educators. Of course, this is why we have only 1 in 5 kids proficient in math in America, despite spending $20,000 per student per year. The government school system has become more of a jobs program for administrators than an education initiative for kids. But we're fighting back, we're winning the war, and it's thanks to people like you in this room at Moms for Liberty for taking the fight directly to the unions, head to head, and beating them at their own game. Thank you guys so much.
Please welcome Moms for Liberty board member, Deborah Flora.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to serve on the boards of Mom for Liberty, and I am so privileged to serve each and every one of you in your fight to protect your children and to preserve our nation. Most of all, I'm blessed because I consider each of you to be a sister in the cause. You see, I'm first and foremost a mom, and like many of you, I was a domestic terrorist that helped flip our school board with the extreme overreach of 2020. Let's hear it for all of those folks. Tina Deskovich and I connected after my husband and I produced the documentary, Whose Children Are They?, that premiered in theaters nationwide. And we made that film because we wanted a tool to galvanize parents across the country. And when we were making that in pre-production during the COVID shutdown, Moms for Liberty was exactly the organization we were praying that would rise up. Each of you is an answer to that prayer, and I'm so grateful for you. We also made this movie because as a student of history, we realized this point. Most movements never reach critical mass. In fact, in our country's history, they kind of go like this. They take off immediately. Then they start to plateau, and one of two things happens. Either they taper off with no lasting change, or a handful of vigilant people push forward and it reaches critical mass and changes our country for the better. You see, right now, we're at that key inflection point for parental rights. The work is not finished. For instance, in my home state of Colorado, Tina helped host a town hall where we stopped a terrible bill that would have taken our children away from us if we did not agree to transition them. In blue and red states across the country right now, schools are still pushing ideological agendas and trying to circumvent parents. And why is that? Well, in our movie, we uncovered the fact that teachers' unions are still hard at work. Hard at work not supporting teachers, but instead forcing educators to push radical agendas. They're politicizing classrooms, and they are trying to shut parents out, who, by the way, the teachers' unions call you and I barriers. Barriers to their agenda, but we are ones that they are not going to get through. That's why I'm very happy to host this next panel, so we can gain clarity on the teachers' unions and what each of us can do to make sure that we can free good teachers to simply get back to teaching. We can make sure that parents guide and direct the education of their children, and we can create schools and a country where children flourish. And I do believe that we are the ones to take this movement to critical mass. Why is that? Because it's like Ronald Reagan said, you and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We will preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the final step into 1,000 years of darkness. How many of you know that on our watch, the darkness will not win? That's absolutely right. And that's why it's important, because together we will figure out and stand together to free our schools, to support our teachers, and to make sure that our children can just be children and are set up for their futures. Our watch will continue. And that is why now I want to ask that you welcome to the stage the panel that's going to help us be equipped on this. And I also want to say, God bless each of you and thank you so much for this fight. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Corey DeAngelis, parental rights activist and author of The Parent Revolution. Great. Aaron Witt, he is the CEO of Freedom Foundation. I know. And Ryan Walters, former Oklahoma superintendent. Yes, indeed. And now he is the CEO of the newly launched Teacher Freedom Alliance that was just launched by Freedom Foundation. All right. So to kick this off, I think it's good for us to have a little reminder of just how bad the teachers' unions really are, because we also have to go back and persuade our neighbors who maybe have gone back to sleep or they don't really know at all. So let's start with Corey. Corey, you started by sharing up here about the most recent new business items of the NEA, which is one of the top teachers' unions in the country. You shared some of the shocking things. Can you share a few more that they passed? By the way, none of them had to do with improving academics. That should tell you something right there. So share a few more with us.
I will say these chairs are very comfortable. So great job, Miles. I was like almost like falling back into it. But yeah, I shared one earlier, but they passed a ton that I leaked onto X. I also shared their handbook, which was like 434 pages, and they scrubbed it from the internet. And then I was like, aha, I saved it to the Internet Archive. I gotcha. And at the Internet Archive actually removed it after that. I'm like, how much pull do they actually have? The Wayback Machine actually DM'd me on X and was like, no, this is a mistake. We'll put it back. We'll put it back. After they got called out, it went back on. But they were talking about white supremacy culture, whatever that is. They were crapping on homeschooling, saying that they weren't properly educating kids. I mean, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. You have places like Chicago that have 55 public schools, 55 of them with not a single kid proficient in math, 0 kids proficient in math in 55 public schools in Chicago, and they spend $30,000 per student per year. But they also passed a resolution at their 2025 annual convention to get around the recent Supreme Court victory that Tina alluded to this morning, Mahmoud v. Taylor, that allows families to opt their children out of gender insanity that's happening in the classroom, allows them to pull their kids out.
Yeah.
So one last, in their infinite wisdom, they said, okay, well, we're going to spend $200,000 to not listen to that democratic institution that we call the Supreme Court. We're going to try to get around democracy. That sounds like a threat to democracy to me. It almost sounds like an insurrection. And instead of just listening to them, they said, we're going to train teachers to say, we're going to continue to force our gender ideology into the classroom. Here's how you can get around the ruling. And they're not listening to parents. They're trying to wedge themselves between parents and their children. But thankfully, we have Moms for Liberty to say, not today, Satan.
And I do think it's striking that there was nothing about academics in the NEA new business items when right now less than half of our students are proficient in math, less than 1/3 are proficient in reading. Time for them to reprioritize.
Well, Deborah, this year they didn't have anything to do with education, but in 2019, I released on X a separate one where they were going to put up for a vote a resolution to realign the NEA's mission to being about education. Seems like they should pass such a resolution. It went down in flames.
Yes.
So they're telling us their priorities. They're showing their true colors. And they elevated this year one person out of 3 million members as their teacher of the year from Pennsylvania. What did she say when she had a couple minutes on stage? She let the mask slip and she said that her job as a teacher of all things is deeply political and always has been.
Yeah.
If that's not free advertising for homeschooling, I don't know what is.
Absolutely. And I want to share also so the moms here can go out and be really prepared. The biggest myth is that the teachers' unions support the teachers. And everyone gets played upon about the pay for teachers being down. Despite the teachers' unions collecting nearly $380 million in dues this year, teachers' pay is stagnating. You shared this statistic in our documentary. Can you share where the money is actually going as far as the employees in the district?
Not going towards the kids.
Yeah.
So we have data from 2000 until today. The number of students in the system has been basically flat. And that's mostly because the unions fought to close the schools, parents left, and about 1 million kids have left the government school system since 2019. Thank you, Randy. And thank you, Becky Pringle, as well. But while student enrollment has been flat, the teachers in the system have increased by about 10%, but the administrators in the system have increased by 95%. 95%. That's why I said earlier, the government school system has become a jobs program for administrators, not an education initiative for kids. You have people like Randy making over $600,000 a year. Same thing with Becky Pringle, over $500,000, which, by the way, her union, the NEA, has a federal charter, has the backing of Congress, the only one in the country that has this special privilege. And lawmakers right now, based on feedback from Moms for Liberty and other advocates, have a bill in Congress to yank their federal charter once and for all.
Well, great. One more question before I want to continue this as far as the problems with unions with Aaron and Ryan here.
Yeah, I don't want to take up all the time.
We could have each one of these gentlemen for
We got
an
a
entire
team
hour,
to
by the way.
dismantle the union. We got a team.
I want to bring up Randy Weingarten's new book, who, by the way, criticizes Moms for Liberty as one of her #1 targets. My husband's an 82nd Airborne veteran. He always says, if you're not taking flak, you're not over the target. So we're all over the target right now. And she's trying to say now that the unions had nothing to do with the shutdown, and maybe she could have worked a little bit harder to prevent it.
Yeah.
What is the truth of what the teachers unions did to cause the shutdown and extend it?
I'm calling BS. Everybody else in the room is calling BS right now as well. She went before Congress and tried to gaslight the American public and said, actually, we were fighting to reopen the schools. Well, if that's true, if you were trying so hard to do so, well, then why weren't they open? Why were the private schools open? Why were parents trying to figure things out with homeschooling and trying to pay out of pocket for the private schools in addition to the government school system that was closed? You had the Chicago Teachers Union, had a board member vacationing in Puerto Rico in person while saying it was too difficult and too unsafe to go back to work in person. You had them opening schools for daycare, but then closing schools for education. I mean, COVID must have been smart. It knows if you're learning something, it's going to activate, it's going to get you. It's because they use that as a political tool, as leverage at the bargaining table to hold children's education hostage, to secure $190 billion in ransom payments from taxpayers. Well, they won in the short run, but they're losing in the long run because of school choice victories, because of Moms for Liberty fighting back for their parental rights in education, and because of people like this getting teachers to say, no more, we're leaving the union, you don't represent us, and we have an alternative. So I want to turn it over to them as well.
Thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. So Aaron, Freedom Foundation has been focused on helping government employees leave those unions, and part of that is teachers unions, obviously. Can you talk about, first of all, what's the problem with government unions? It's different than private unions. Can you talk about what the issue is there?
Yeah, Corey talks about it specifically with the teachers unions, but government unions generally, I mean, think about it like this. They never should have been created. You have a government union that takes money from public employees, funnels it into liberal politicians that go out and raise taxes on the private sector, on people like you, so they can hire more bureaucrats, take more union dues. Make no mistake, government unions are a business, and their business is growing money and growing power. They've been able to do that over the course of the last 70 years. So when we talk about freeing teachers, when we talk about unraveling the teachers unions, this is a long game. This is a multi-billion-dollar monopoly that we're fighting in the teachers unions today that has a total monopoly on our public education system today.
And when we talk about where the money goes, always that term, follow the money. Can you share where teachers union money goes politically?
Yeah, so let's use the NEA, for example. They make about $350 million a year in union dues. Under 10% of their budget is spent on representational activities. That's money that's meant to be representing teachers. Most of it goes towards lobbying. It goes in political gifts. And guess where the political gifts go? It's not to my friend Ryan Walters when he was running for office. It's going to radical liberal Democrats that will go in and raise taxes like Brandon Johnson in Chicago. And then the rest of it's spent on lavish salaries and benefit packages for their internal staff. So when you talk about the agenda of the teachers unions, Deborah referenced it, you've got to follow the money. And their money is far less significant in the representing teachers than it is in their political agenda.
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, Ryan, not only were you the superintendent in Oklahoma, but you were also a teacher. We're pro-teacher here, pro-parent, pro-student, the golden triangle of education. And I often look at good teachers, and we interviewed so many for our documentary, and it's almost like Stockholm Syndrome. I mean, they are terrorized within their own schools. Can you talk about some of those tactics that the teachers unions do to intimidate good teachers?
No, that's right. You know, to be clear, there's no bigger enemy to parents. There's no better enemy to good teachers, and there's no bigger enemy to this country than the teachers union. The teachers union has weaponized its money and its power to try to turn our schools into Marxist indoctrination centers. And they're crystal clear about that. If you're a teacher, you leave the union, we're going to target you. If you're a parent, you show up at a school board meeting, we're going to target you. We will not allow our power structure to move, to change. That's why we created the Teacher Freedom Alliance, to say, teachers, we don't only want you to leave, we've got your back. Right. Go make our classrooms great again. Let's get back to education, not indoctrination. Let's put parents back in charge of their kids' education. You all know, any good teacher would tell you, we want the parents involved. We want the parents to play the most major role in their kids' lives as possible. We've got to get those teachers back in our schools. We've got to get them back controlling what's going on rather than the teachers union and saying, listen, we're here to bring the parents back in and to be clear about what the teachers unions do. You guys see the No Kings protests going on? Did you know that the NEA and AFT are funding those? Yeah. They are funding to fight President Trump. And again, I can't applaud President Trump more for abolishing the Department of Ed. That's great, isn't it? Isn't that awesome? But folks, I also bring you a warning. If you eliminate the Federal Department of Education and don't defeat the teachers unions, they will step into that power vacuum. They will continue to control our schools. They will continue to attack you, the parents. They will continue to attack any teacher that actually has common sense and wants to just teach math and not DEI and 27 genders. So folks, we have to defeat the unions. Moms for Liberty, thank you for what you're doing for our kids. The fight is going strong, but we have got to continue to defeat these unions.
Yeah, thank you for that, Ryan. And a great point to share, and I shared this with a friend, kind of a friend, used to be a friend who's left of center, And they asked about the appearance, the Department of Education. And I said, that was a backroom deal between Jimmy Carter and the teachers unions in 1979. There was a purpose and a reason why they did it. So it's the first step in it is getting rid of the Department of Education, but there's work to do. Aaron, I want to talk now a little bit about solutions, because even though we're talking about this power and this behemoth, this is an exciting time and real change is happening, and we are the ones that are going to finish the job. So let's talk about some solutions. So defunding the teachers union is really about, Aaron, this question is for you, about empowering teachers to leave. Now, prior to forming Teachers Freedom Alliance, Freedom Foundation has been doing this. Talk a little bit about how you are getting people to leave these unions and what kind of success you've seen so far.
Yeah, the Freedom Foundation has now a four-pronged approach to defunding the teachers' unions and government unions generally. The way that you defund any business is by getting their revenue at the source. In this instance, the members. So we've weaponized a group of canvassers that go around the country. They visit people's homes. They visit people's offices if they're not teachers. They go around the country telling people to get out of the unions. We send them millions of mail pieces, digital marketing campaigns. I mean, you name it, to tell people to get out of the unions, we're doing it. Since 2020, since we've been operating that campaign nationally, we've seen the largest decline of union membership in U.S. history. We've never seen rates like this before. It's going down year over year over year, including teachers in the NEA. The second thing that we do is we litigate. I've got 10 attorneys on staff. All they do is sue unions. That's their full-time job. Yeah. The third thing that we do is we help states pass legislation that target teachers unions. Florida is probably the best example of this in recent years. They eliminated the government's ability to take union dues from teachers' paychecks. 20,000 teachers opted out of their union following that legislation. That's a big deal. Also, we made it so when union membership falls below 60% in a school district, it triggers a decertification vote in the district. And then the fourth thing that we did when we heard from teachers across the country, in Portland, Oregon, in Orlando, Florida, wherever they were, we're alone. I'm the only person that's left by union. There are no other resources that exist. That's when we created the Teacher Freedom Alliance, and that's when we hired Ryan Walters to go bring the heat.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, Ryan, you shared a little bit about the Teachers Freedom Alliance. Can you talk a little bit more practically, because it offers so much for teachers, including replacing what they think they get from the union, but in a free way. Can you talk a little bit more about the mission and the actual steps?
So what we looked at is very similar to what you all have done with Moms for Liberty. You want to fight back. You want to get the schools back on track. If you're a teacher and you leave the union, I've heard so many stories around the room tonight. You have a good teacher that tells you, I don't want to teach this. I don't want to do this. But what happens if I don't? What happens if I leave the union? They're going to try to fire me. They're going to try to sue me. I won't be able to get a job somewhere else. So we don't only get teachers out of the union. We've got thousands of members across the country. And what we're saying is we're building a community of how to fight back. We'll give you all the trainings you need academically. You don't have to go begging the union to get your professional development hours and sit into a class where they're going to tell you to hate this country. No, we will help you with honing your craft. We will help you get all those professional development hours. And we're going to teach you how to fight back. We're going to teach you how to fight back against the union tactics. We're going to teach you how to partner with parents. We're going to find the ways to have this great partnership that we used to have in schools, one that valued the role of the parent, one that understood that the more the parents are involved, the better their kids' education will be. So we're creating a teacher army, folks, to go take the classroom back, to partner with parents, because it's very clear, this is a war for the future of our country. It's in the classrooms. The Marxists took the battlefront there. We've got to take them back. And we're working with teachers to say, listen, I want to get back to academics. That's what I want. How do I do that? Well, we're going to help them do that, and we want to partner with you to do that.
That's great. Thank you, Ryan. Before I get to the last statement by each one of you, Aaron, what can moms here and dads who are here do to help a teacher they know? Because really, we can be a conduit to someone who doesn't know there's an alternative.
Yeah, Ryan mentioned it. This isn't going to get solved at the federal level. You all know teachers. You have to help teachers across the country. The best messengers for this are other teachers and you guys, the parents. So you've got to tell teachers, you don't have to be forced to belong to a union. This union does not represent your values. It certainly doesn't represent my kids' values. you've got to tell them to leave, tell them to go to optouttoday.com, and then tell them to join the Teacher Freedom Alliance.
That's great. Well, let's go down the line. In the last few minutes we have here, I want each one of you to share something you would like to have as a charge or encourage the amazing moms that are here in this room.
Tell teachers to join the Teacher Freedom Alliance. I mean, look, school choice I've been fighting for a long time. That incentivizes the monopoly to do a better job. It incentivizes the district to do a better job. Teacher Freedom Alliance provides competition for the unions to get them to focus more on the members as opposed to being focused on a far left radical agenda that they're trying to push down children's throats in the classroom. And so teachers, Moms for Liberty, maybe start pushing people and creating a Teachers for Liberty with the Teacher Freedom Alliance. I think that would be a fantastic idea. And you guys already have teachers as members as well. So this is a great alternative to the unions to get them to change. And I'll just tell a quick story. I was listening to a radio hit with Randi Weingarten promoting her book, by the way, which she copied my cover. She said on a podcast that she didn't copy it. She swears up and down she didn't plagiarize it.
That's
but
the only
she
smart
did.
thing
You
she's
gotta,
done, by the way.
you gotta, yeah, it's a great color scheme. I'll tell you that in the font. But she's basically calling conservatives fascists right now. The title of her book, quadrupling down on this divisive rhetoric, trying to pull society apart. I thought the public school system was about creating a more cohesive society. She's doing the exact opposite, and she's putting targets on our backs as well. And so she told this radio caller that was a public school teacher in New York City that he was complaining about the Zohran Mamdani endorsement from the UFT, their affiliate in New York State. And Randi Weingarten said that the union can be as political as it wants to be. It's a union. It can give all of its money to the Democrats if it wants. But if you don't like it, well, then you can leave. You can stop funding them. Okay, well, let's take Randi Weingarten's advice for once. That is the first time that she actually said something smart. And so teachers, if you don't want to give your money to this one-sided political operation, this money laundering operation called the Teachers Union for the Democrat Party, it's up to you to opt out, to fight them and bring the union to their knees once and for all and get them to listen to parents and teachers as well to make our country better, to make education great again.
Thank you. Aaron.
I could just say ditto, but I'm going to add something to this and give you guys some encouragement. We live in the greatest nation on the earth. I don't, you can tell from my accent, I don't come from here. And moving here, you guys don't realize if you were born here how lucky you guys are. So we have the radical left and the teachers unions trying to turn this place into a socialist country. England, by the way, where I moved from, is a socialist country today. What we have here is worth defending, and my belief every day when I get up and go to work is that if we cannot eliminate the influence and the power of the teachers unions, then we cannot keep this country on the right trajectory. So I'm encouraged by what we're doing here, but I'm also very encouraged by Moms for Liberty and everything that you guys are doing every single day. This is a great group, and you should be proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, Aaron.
I want to say, Moms for Liberty, you all do a tremendous job at this, but I want to say, do not let them gaslight you. Remember how they gaslit you on the pornography in the schools, right? It's not there. It's not happening. Then you find it and go, hold on, this is everywhere. And then what they say, well, it's not that bad. Then you say, well, why don't you show that on TV? I did this in Oklahoma. Why don't you just show these pictures? We'll let the audience decide if that's pornography or not. And guess what they told me? We can't show that on TV. There was no way. There might be kids watching. I go, I found it in a school. That's the problem. The left-wing media and the teachers unions gaslit the public on that. We're not doing these things. Oh, we are, but it's not that bad. Oh, actually, we are, and we're going to keep doing it. They tell you unions are out for teachers. They're not. They are out to create leftist indoctrination mills of our schools. We have to fight back, and we have to win this war. And Moms for Liberty, you have taken this on. And again, I think it's a wonderful message, right? We want good teachers in the classroom, right? We want teachers that are passionate about math, history, and science. And folks, we're passionate about wanting people that love American history, that love America, that understand that one of the critical roles of our schools was, yes, get you good at academics. Yes, make sure that you can get a job with your God-given talents, but also to create American citizens who will continue this great dream that is America. Benjamin Franklin said it's a republic if you can keep it.
Yes.
And folks, we have to fight to keep it. We have to continue to allow the next generation to know, as Aaron pointed out, the gift that you've been born into is a tremendous blessing from God. But this country will not continue to be that blessing if we let it fall from our grasp. So thank you for your work. Keep up the great work, Moms for Liberty.
Thank you.
That's it.
I want to just close with this thought. When you go back to your area, wherever you are, find a teacher and befriend them and help them. I think of the quote by Edmund Burke. We all know the beginning. Evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. But nobody knows the second part, which is this. When the evil congregate, the good must come together, lest we fall one by one in unpitied sacrifice and a contemptible struggle. There's a teacher struggling near you. Let them know they can get out and get back to just teaching children. Let's thank our panel again and thank each and every one of you. God bless you.
And now, a special message from Ashley Moody.
Hello, fellow patriots. To all the Moms for Liberty and those that love them in the audience, thank you for being here to support such an incredible cause, our children and their future. I'm Ashley Moody, Florida's former Attorney General and now Florida's newest United States Senator. But first and foremost, I'm a mom with a fierce track record of fighting for liberty. To those of you that traveled from around the country, welcome to the free state of Florida. It's because of active parents like all of you that Florida is the shining beacon of liberty for other states. I'd like to thank Tina Deskovich and other event organizers for inviting me to speak with you all today. Together here in Florida with our great Governor Ron DeSantis and our legislative leaders, we have fought hard to become one of the first states to have universal school choice and institute a parental Bill of Rights. Thanks to the help of warrior moms who fought tirelessly to protect their children and saw firsthand the insanity in schools. We met incredible milestones. Florida's #1 in educational freedom, 4 years in a row. We also ranked #1 in civic education, academic transparency, and teacher freedom. We say proudly that student needs should drive opportunities for their success, not their zip codes. As one of my very first priorities in the Senate, I was proud to successfully advocate for the Educational Choice for Children Act becoming law. This will empower parents by supporting scholarships across our country. Ultimately, school choice can provide children in Florida and nationwide the brightest possible future. And in that breath, parental empowerment in their students' lives is essential for their success. It's clear the dangers our children now face are things we could have never imagined as kids, and we as parents must stay vigilant. Being the mother of a school-age child provides me with a unique perspective while fighting for our state. And one of my driving forces every day is how we make our state and our country better for our children. As the former Florida Attorney General, we fought harmful illicit foreign vape companies targeting our youth, took legal action against social media platforms who created online environments that pose great threat to our children. From pet predators and human traffickers lurking on these platforms and looking for their next child victims, to digital drug dealers trying to sell illicit substances to youth. I'm now continuing this fight to protect our children on the web in Washington by pushing the Kids Online Safety Act. This legislation will provide young people and their parents with the tools, safeguards, and transparency they need to protect against online harms. And the stakes are too high to fail. Know that I have your interests at heart, and I will always fight to protect our children. Just recently, right after I was appointed to the Senate, I was proud to stand with Moms for Liberty and Secretary of Education Linda McMahon on the steps of the United States Supreme Court. We celebrated the landmark 100th year anniversary of Pierce versus Society of Sisters decision. It was a huge win for parental rights and educational school choice. And I know I have partners in this fight with all of you. Thank you for being proactive moms and dads and friends to our kids, and for putting liberty and our children's best interests first. As I fight to put book bags over bureaucracy, I hope you'll join me at ashleymoody.com. You can sign up to volunteer, donate, show your support. Every little bit helps. I look forward to seeing all of you in person soon. And until then, may God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
Please welcome founder and Chief Executive Officer, Education Freedom Foundation, Erica Donalds.
Good afternoon, Moms for Liberty. How exciting to be here in the free state of Florida, right? Where education freedom reigns. I know you're having an amazing time so far, learning from some of the greatest minds in education reform and parental empowerment and defending parents' rights. I appreciate all the great work that each one of you does across this country. We have made so much progress, especially in the last 10 years. Some of you know my story after having some issues in the traditional public school, the A school that I was told is where my child needs to go if I want the best education for him, and being told that the only solution for him was to put him on medication or put him on a special classroom. School choice freed my son from the bureaucracy and the one-size-fits-all education that did not take into account what I knew to be true about him. We found a classical education that helped him to love learning every day. That same child is now in college with a free ride, studying history and pre-law, doing absolutely amazing, never having been on medication, never having been in a special classroom, but finally getting the customized education option that he deserved. And that's what fueled my passion to bring that same education freedom to every single family in the United States. But that really starts with parental rights. It means education freedom is not just about choosing a school, although that's a very important part of it. It's about putting parents in the driver's seat and ensuring that parents are the ones making the decisions about their children's education, their health and welfare, and the values that are taught to them every single day, whether that be in school or at home, on their devices, which we're going to be talking a lot about at this conference, or otherwise. Each and every one of you is part of this movement to give parents that power, to ensure that it is not the government, whether that's your local school board, your state legislature, or some faraway bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. They are not going to be the ones making decisions for our children. We, the parents, will. That is going to result in the very best educational outcomes, in children who love this country and are ready to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, who understand our Constitution and why America is the greatest nation the world has ever known. Today, we are going to be joined by some of the greatest experts who have been working to defend your rights in the courts, in the states, and federally. And so I'm so excited to welcome our panelists, and we're going to have a seat and have a great conversation. I'm Erica Donalds, by the way. I will be your moderator for this panel, and we're going to go ahead and welcome our panelists now, and I'll introduce them to you. Oh, they're coming from this direction. Very comfy. Comfortable chair. All right. Nice and cushy. Well, I'm happy to welcome today Kate Anderson, who is with Alliance Defending Freedom, Sarah Parshall-Perry, whose title, I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to use because you have so many wonderful titles, but who is an absolute legal expert, policy expert, who's with us, and of course, the Florida Commissioner of Education, Stacey Camustas. Our panel today is called How Law, Policy, and Leadership Are Reshaping American Education. And we have so many examples of this year that we're going to get to talk about. Many of them finally going in the right direction. Like, we actually have good news about what's happening in the courts. Sarah, let's start with you. What are some of the biggest challenges facing education today, and how are those being overcome, especially through the legal system?
Parental disenfranchisement. And that is code for a lot of different policies that are affecting a lot of different families across the country. It took COVID for all of us to wake up and realize exactly what was happening behind the computer screens that we were being told not to look at. I was actually looking over my son's shoulder. I was actually senior legal counsel to the Assistant Secretary for Civil Rights at the Department of Education, working for the government in education at home while online educating 3 of my children. And I heard a teacher say, make sure your parents are not within earshot. Why? Because they were being instructed on things like white privilege and breaking down colonialized structures. So we realized, I think all of us, if there was one good thing we took from COVID, it was we finally woke up. We finally recognized what was happening. We didn't blithely send our children to government public schools anymore without the expectation that something was going on behind the scenes to which we were not being privy. And I think Kate understands this full well. She is litigating in this space. One of those aspects of parental disenfranchisement are the gender secrecy policies that our organization has been tracking across the country. At Defending Education, we have counted more than 1,100 public school districts representing 12.3 million children in this country who are in schools with express gender secrecy policies that require staff to lie and obfuscate to custodial parents about a minor's gender identity. This is not just a contagion. At this point now, it's a wildfire, but we have just seen 3 cases go up to the Supreme Court on petitions for review, cert petitions. Kate can talk about this as well. We are hopeful that this will finally be the year that the Supreme Court will tell us, yes, you have a right to know how your child identifies when they are at school. Yes, you have a right to also access their educational records and the ones that are even being hidden in emails and social media posts. All of it. That is all part of a child's educational record. Last term, we got the Mahmoud versus Taylor decision. Praise God for that. That was an absolute slam dunk. And surprising, of course, no one, the 3 liberals voting in a block in the dissent. I think it just for us hearkened us to the fact that, yes, we are still in charge, but yes, it will require litigation. And yes, sometimes it will go all the way to the Supreme Court.
Awesome. And Kate, you could obviously talk to us about the benefits of the Mahmoud decision, how that's going to trickle out. Say something about that, but also what's coming up in the lower courts that you guys are seeing at ADF and working on.
Yeah, so Mahmoud was a great decision. It was a great decision because it spoke to this issue that's at the core here. Do parents have rights within the public schools? And this came after a history of 100 years ago. We just celebrated the anniversary, was the Pierce decision. And that decision is the one that you often hear about, where the Supreme Court said the child is not the mere creature of the state, and parents are the ones that direct the upbringing and education of their kids. But since that decision, there just wasn't much in the law, especially from the Supreme Court, that put meat on that bones and explained what does that right mean. Everyone was sort of taking it for granted. We then hit the 90s and the 2000s, and there was a whole string of cases on sex education that went very, very poorly. And so we were living pre-Mahmoud in a world where the public schools acted like they had carte blanche. Parents can choose public school, private school, or homeschooling, but once they pick public school, then teachers get to make all the decisions. The administration gets to make all the decisions. And they would cover this in the idea of curriculum, that they had to govern all the curricular decisions, but then curricular decisions suddenly became everything. And so that was where things were when the Mahmoud decision came out. And this involved curriculum, as many of you know, LGBT-focused books that they said in their own materials were designed to disrupt conservative values and traditional ideas about gender. And they were teaching them to kids as young as kindergarten. And so this is a problem that went all the way up. Unfortunately, they lost at the lower courts, but sometimes we win by losing. And that's what happened, is they lost at the lower courts and got to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said that what the school district was doing, not allowing parents to opt out of those books, violated the parents' free exercise rights. They have a right to raise their kids according to their faith, and that these books violated that. That's important because it was a great win that broke open the schoolhouse gates and said, parents now make these decisions. It anchored it in our faith, which is also good. But what we need to come is anchoring it as well in our rights as parents, because all parents, whether they're religious or not, have the right to direct their kids' upbringing and make those decisions. So we're starting to see that bubble up in the lower courts. And speaking directly what Sarah was saying, those secret transition cases, there are a lot of these policies and there are becoming a lot of litigation on it. And I think that's a powerful tool to stop what's going on and to get the next win that we need on this issue, to make sure that it's parents' rights to direct their kids' upbringing and education, that's going to be protected at the highest level, like free speech and religious freedom and other important fundamental freedoms. And so we've seen some wins in that, even at the lower courts. In Kettle Moraine, Wisconsin, we worked with the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty and got a great win, a case where the school district told parents that their daughter, who was struggling with her identity, that they were going to socially transition her no matter what the parents said. And the court came through and in the trial court said that that violates parents' rights, and talked about education and upbringing and healthcare, which is part of why these cases are so powerful, is that they hit at so many aspects of the parental right. So they have the ability to secure rights both in education and upbringing and in healthcare, which is important. We also just recently got an early ruling in a case out of Michigan where the school district had secretly transitioned this 12-year-old girl, and they were going so far as to change the records that they were sending home to mom and dad. So they were erasing the male name and putting her female name back on her real name, back on the records, while working very closely with her parents on an IEP plan. And the court in that case, it was on an early effort from the school district to try to dismiss the case. But what was interesting is that the court kept the case in court and ruled on it as a parental rights case. So walked through the correct analysis on parental rights, and said that under the 14th Amendment, these parents' rights could be violated by this kind of a policy. So I think that case is going to continue. As Sarah said, there are many to come at the Supreme Court, and so we're hopeful that's the next step to get that next win.
Awesome. I mean, you know you're shady when you're changing the records and changing the name back to what you know the parents want to see before you send things home. We in Florida were not immune from this. There was a time when these gender transition plans were rampant in our own public schools here in Florida. Those have since been, legislation has been enacted to eliminate those across the state. And I know since the commissioner has been in office, he has also advanced curriculum transparency. We've done a lot here in Florida to be a leader on this so that as you go back to your states, you can say, hey, do what Florida did. But Commissioner, tell us what Florida has done to ensure that we don't need these lawsuits in our state. We're already protecting parents' rights.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you brought up the Mahmoud decision, because that really is a reflection of House Bill 1467 that took place in 2023. And so I'm glad to see what Florida did a couple of years ago. Now parents across the nation will be able to benefit. But I want to give a little bit of background. I was the general counsel at the Department of Education when we had some of these major legal fights. I remember being in the general counsel's office when we fought to keep schools open. We fought to push back on mask mandates. We fought for fairness in women's sports. Battle after battle, we have led the nation in the state of Florida thanks to the leadership of Governor DeSantis. But I also want to give credit to the folks that don't often get it. The Crystal Marules, the Jennifer Pippins, the moms who showed up to our meetings. The moms who showed up to our meetings to let us know what was happening at the local level. I see so many representatives that are here today that have also been in the fight with us. Jennifer Kennedy, Kim Kendall, Monique Miller, and Yvette Benaroche, who was one of those moms. I remember her being at those State Board of Education meetings with Jamie Merchant. All these folks that I've gotten to get to know over the years, because they have brought to our attention the issues that are taking place at the local level. And thanks to this governor, thanks to this legislature, thanks to the people of the state of Florida, we have not been afraid to take on these fights. And those fights continue today. We saw in the immediate aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, I was appalled by what I was seeing educators post publicly. We have a teacher in Clay County, Florida, who posted when Charlie Kirk was assassinated at a school campus that this wasn't the obituary I was hoping for, but it's a close second for me, insinuating that she actually wanted the president of the United States to be the individual who had been assassinated, glorifying, celebrating, condoning a school shooting. is not going to be tolerated in Florida. We do anticipate additional litigation as we fight back on this, but we're not afraid of it because we've done it before, and we're going to always put students first in the state, and we're going to lead by example.
Commissioner deserves a lot of credit. Governor DeSantis, who has been so great on these issues and protecting parents' rights his entire time in office. We are very, very fortunate here in Florida as parents. In other states, though, there are blue states, and there are, I'm sure, blue states represented here where parents are going, do I really have to wait for these court cases to make their way through in order to protect my rights as a parent? Talk to us, Sarah, about what's going on at the federal department level, perhaps, that may be affecting decisions in blue states and protecting the rights of parents in those states, despite what they may be doing on the local level.
Yeah, so we hear a lot of talk about the Department of Education shutting down. They're essentially on a kamikaze mission, right? So one thing to sort of caveat that entire line of discussion with, we have been calling for dismantling of the Department of Education since 1980 and Ronald Reagan. So we recognize we have to get over a 60-vote threshold in the Senate, and right now it's highly unlikely. But the Department of Education, in laying off about 42% of its staff, that's called a reduction in force. It's called a RIF. 42% of its staff, which recognized, and even I, as a former employee at Department of Education, recognized exactly how bloated the Department of Education was. But what's happening at the federal level is that they are getting down to essential work functions, and they're cutting a lot of the bloat, a lot of the unnecessary spending. Remember that for $3 trillion, trillion with a T, that has been spent since 1980 on public education, we've seen nothing but plummeting national assessment of education progress scores. Right now, we sent 30% of our American high schoolers off to college with basic literacy in math and English below level. That's 30% of college students. Why do you think Harvard University now offers remedial math? It's not because the Department of Education has been doing a bang-up job, I can tell you that much. So what they're doing is they're getting back down to essential functions. They're utilizing the power of the purse, which Congress gave them through the Department of Education and its statutory civil rights law, like Title VI, preventing race discrimination, like Title IX, preventing sex discrimination, to make sure that universities, colleges, schools, school districts, state superintendent's offices are all following federal law, because federal law, we know, is what informs state law. And contrary state laws in states like California, Oregon, Washington, and we've seen it. We've actually filed quite a number of civil rights complaints in those particular states for that reason, have said, no, rules for thee, but not for me. We will not adhere to federal policy, federal directive, federal mandate, and federal law. We're going to follow contrary state law. Well, you saw what happened with Janet Mills in Michigan. She told the president she would see him in court. I don't know if she thought it would come with a money-back guarantee. That is exactly what we're seeing with a lot of these blue states. So for the blue states, I want to encourage you by telling you, yes, the cavalry is coming. Unfortunately, right now, the cavalry is coming. Right now, unfortunately, due to what we know is a stopgap right now in Congress and the fact that the Democrats are more interested in funding healthcare for illegals than they are actually keeping things open, we are unfortunately seeing furloughs. But I can tell you, for the friends that I have inside the administration, for the attorneys who are some of the smartest in the nation, they are continuing to work. They are burning the midnight oil. They are continuing to dissolve and investigate all of the civil rights complaints that are being filed by our organization, by allies across the country. So my first encouragement is you are being heard. Yes, there is a backlog, but let me tell you, the power of a federal complaint, when you go online and you submit through that portal a federal complaint, and you don't have to be a lawyer to do it, your submission of that complaint has to be read and adjudicated by the U.S. Department of Education. And they have to do so within 180 days. So don't worry, you are being heard. The cavalry is coming. So put your head down and keep on going, because I will tell you that relief is on the horizon.
Good news. I know they are working very hard to dispense of some of these cases that the Biden administration left that were open for years.
Yeah.
So that they could continue to use it to try to find things that they want to use for their political purposes. So we have an incredible team led by Secretary Linda McMahon. We are very fortunate to have her as our Secretary of Education. And the portal, I just want to make sure that we highlight that that there is a place on the Department of Education website if you do know of violations of Title IX, Title VI, and others that you as a citizen can just go on and submit that complaint yourself. I think that's really important. Kate, for the moms and dads too, I know there are some in this room, what can they do right now to protect their parental rights at the local level and perhaps even at the state? What would you recommend?
Yeah, I'm kind of keying off of what Sarah was saying. What you're doing matters so much. The grassroots movement is what has led the courts to step in. It's what's led the administration to open up the portals and to encourage OCR complaints. And so we're seeing just the standing up, the information that sways the people that can make the real difference, the lawmakers and the courts and the federal government. And so keep doing that. Stay informed, keep speaking out. I mean, how many Supreme Court wins have we gotten out of Colorado? And that's a very blue state.
And by the way, we also just sued Colorado as well. So maybe there'll be a fourth on the horizon.
And in my state, I'm in Washington state, they passed through initiative a bunch of parental rights. Now they're fighting with the legislature that's tried to repeal them and they're having to go back and forth, but there are ways to do that. So paying attention to the good laws that can be passed in your state. There's a lot of groups working on the legislative work. ADF does too, and has a map that sort of describes each state and whether they are green, yellow, or red on their parental rights laws, but being involved in those laws, being involved in just your local community matters a ton. In terms of other practical things for your kids in your schools, Mahmoud told us we get opt-outs. Opt-outs matter when we have notice of what's going on in the schools. So asking for records, getting the information. There's a lot of groups that are putting together sample opt-out forms. Moms for Liberty has one. I think that Defending Ed does. The Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty has one. And I think some of the key pieces there are trying to opt out as specifically as you can to whatever the curriculum is that you want your kid not to be exposed to. And listing, if you have a religious objection, including that, because that was the core holding in Mahmoud. But with that opt-out, some of it's a little bit experimental as parents are really enforcing that right. And I think there's going to need to be some definition on what the opt-out looks like. Is it punishment that really, like, the alternative situation is more punishment than an alternative? Can it move outside of the LGBT context? So we hear about like horror curriculums that parents want to get opted out of. So pressing into the opt-out rights and really pressing into getting noticed by asking for your students' records, asking for curriculum, paying attention to what's going on in the courtroom. And with asking for curriculum, I always tell people, ask for the secondary sources too, because the core curriculum isn't always everything that's being taught. So look for those secondary sources. But just keep pressing forward. What we learn from Supreme Court wins is that you have these great moments, but they only matter if you continue to press forward and to assert your rights from those. And then you see that happening in the day-to-day lives of people. So I encourage everyone to take Mahmoud and just really press into it.
Awesome. Stasi, tell us what state level policies or actions of your department that have been effective in connecting parents to the decisions that are being made about their children in our schools.
Well, I think the biggest thing has been school choice for parents to feel empowered. I mean, Florida has 2.8 million students, and 1.4 million of those students are in a school choice program in one way, shape, or form. That is just remarkable, because when you deal with, that's something worth applauding. And I thank the governor, I thank the legislature in 2023 through the passage of House Bill 1, we were able to do universal school choice. And you look at the numbers, over 400,000 students are in a charter program. Over 550,000 students are on a scholarship at a private school. Over 150,000 students are in a homeschool. And the list goes on in educational option after educational option, because parents are at a point now here in Florida where they don't have to deal with the public school system, where they don't have to deal with the bureaucracy. I was raised by a single mom of 3 kids who made no more than $30,000 her entire life. I saw it firsthand as she advocated for me, where she was treated as if she was unsophisticated. She didn't know the best interest of her child. This is somebody who took me home from the hospital, who fed me, who clothed me, who changed me, who made sure that my entire life, she literally obsessed over everything that was going to impact me. And you're going to tell me that she doesn't know what's in the best interest of me as her child? Give me a break. And so it's great to see. It's great to see that in the state of Florida, as I travel the state and as I hear from parents, the single most appreciated issue that they have told me they are grateful for is school choice. The ability to be able to move their child to an educational environment that best fits their child's needs. And so we will continue to empower parents. We will look at legislation as we work with the legislature and the governor to ensure that we do not rest on our laurels, because we know that it is so important for a child's educational success for that parental involvement to be at the forefront of that child's teachings. And we've been unapologetic about that. You know, I started just 3 months ago, day one on the job. I sent a memo to every single parent in the entire state, reminding them of the legislation that's been done over the years of this governor, reminding them of their rights as parents. As we entered the school year, I reminded them about progress monitoring that has been significantly impactful for children's success, saying, pay attention to the data. It's coming up within the first 30 days of the school year. You will see that your child's going to have a lot of information that's going to essentially tell you as the parent what their strengths and what their weaknesses are. Pay attention to that, parents. We'll do another one here shortly to remind these parents that now we finished progress monitoring window 1. Pay attention to that data, because it's important that you be involved in your child's life as it relates to education. You should be directing those decisions and making sure that everything going on in that child's life you are familiar with. And that's why we have led not just in academic achievement, not just in school choice options, but in academic transparency as well, so that parents know exactly what is going on in their child's learning environments.
And that's so critical, as we are in a national emergency when it comes to academic performance in this country. Every parent deserves to know how their student is performing academically. And if we weren't being so distracted by all of these culture wars in our classrooms, we could get back to being focused on the things that matter in the schools, which is making sure our students are prepared to achieve the American dream. That's a great resource here in Florida and other states too that are showcasing how the students are doing to the parents. As we wrap up, I want to just hear from each of you. What's your favorite resource to share with parents that they should be looking at, maybe on a regular basis or when they're needed? Why don't we start with you, Sarah?
I'm just going to plug our organization, Defending Education.
Go for it.
I hate to do it. Shameless self-promotion, I know. But we have something called the Indoctrination Map. So I love ADF's map about where parental rights are the strongest. The corollary for us, and for those of you who don't have the blessing of living in a state with a school choice program like Florida, which is tremendous, and are relegated to public schools. I have 2 kids with special needs. I was relegated to public schools by a function of being not only a single mom, but also having 2 children with a disability. I was in the public school format. It's what gave me passion for value neutral, high quality public education. That's what we set out to protect as well. And one of the things we have is an indoctrination map. You can search your state, your school district, and the particular policy. Are they using race-based programming? Are they allowing girls into biological boys' bathrooms? Are the sports teams open? Do they have ethnic studies curriculum that celebrate the atrocities of October 7th? All you have to do is click on Indoctrination Map. You can search by school, state, and policy, and you can find out what's happening in your own backyard.
And what's that website again?
It is defendinged.org.
Okay, awesome. Kate.
Yeah, that's a great resource. ADF also, I mean, there's so many organizations with great resources, and I think everyone has kind of done something a little different, which is fun. We did a parental rights guidebook that's available on our website, adflegal.org. We also have student guides and educator guides, and we're continuing to update them regularly to try to capture new law, new decisions, new things that parents need to know, but trying to just get some practical resources and tips into the hands of parents.
Awesome. And if all of these things fail and you need an education option for your children and you think, I'm just going to have to start my own school, you can go to youredfreedom.org and access a free Start a School toolkit that will help you get from idea to school, including if it's a charter, if it's a private school, how you get government funding to help parents access it tuition free, youredfreedom.org. That's the Education Freedom Foundation. So lots of great resources for parents. Thank you so much to our incredible panel and all the hard work that they do protecting your rights every single day. Please give it up for them. Before we wrap, I have instructions here on telling you about something really important. I know a lot of you are interested in artificial intelligence. And tomorrow at 1:30, the main stage debate is going to be about AI. So whether you think that AI is going to lead to Skynet or some utopia, you are going to want to hear this debate. Artificial intelligence is here. We do have to deal with it and understand how to protect our children and how to use it ethically and responsibly. And Moms for Liberty has been shown incredible leadership on this, not to ignore it, but to say, how are we going to equip our parents to exercise their rights in this area? So definitely tune in here tomorrow at 1:30. And if you have questions that you want addressed on that panel, you can submit them at the Moms for Liberty Academy table or at the Braver Angels table out there. And the breakout sessions for this afternoon are going to be on the screens as you exit. Thank you so much and have a wonderful afternoon.
How I still remember the words Grandma said. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Let truth and justice lead you. Follow peace with every man. And let your light shine bright throughout this dark land. We will raise higher banner with freedom as our song. May the fire of liberty keep burning in me. Standing tall for what is right. What we seek is not our fight. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory.
And what about the children who will speak for them? Raising up your voices with no compromise. Now we've become the bridges this generation needs. We'll give them a faith that lasts through all eternity. We will raise high our banner with freedom as our song. May the fire of liberty keep burning in me. Standing tall for what is right.
And what we see is not our fight.
Let grace and truth lead us on to victory.
And if I get a little weary, hard pressed on every side, when I'm faced with hard decisions, losing strength in the climb, still the one thing I remember, when darkness clouds my mind, these weapons will not prosper. His love will be our guide. We will raise high our banner with freedom as our song. May the fire of liberty keep burning in me. Standing tall for what is right. And what we see is not our fight.
Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory.
Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Victory.
All right.
Show crew to headset, show crew to headset. Welcome. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please take this time to silence your mobile devices. Welcome. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please take this time to silence your mobile devices.
How I still remember the words Grandma said. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Let truth and justice lead you. Follow peace with every man. And let your light shine bright throughout this dark land. We will raise higher banner with freedom.
Lead us on to victory. Let grace and truth lead us on to victory.
Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Victory.
All right.
And now, please rise as we welcome award-winning international singer Mary Milvin to sing our national anthem. Please welcome from Tampa, Florida, Bishop and Senior Pastor Aubrey Shines, where he serves.
Let grace and truth lead us on to victory. Victory.
And now, please rise as we welcome award-winning international singer Mary Milben to sing our national anthem. Please welcome from Tampa, Florida, Bishop and Senior Pastor Aubrey Shines, where he serves 21 different ethnic groups every Sunday at G2G Ministries. Please welcome Moms for Liberty Director of Outreach, Catalina Stube. And now, a special message from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hello to all of the incredible patriots at the 4th Annual Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors Summit. What an incredible group of people you are. With your help, we won.
And now, a special message from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Hello to all of the incredible patriots at the fourth annual Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors Summit. What an incredible group of people you are. With your help, we won the most important election in American history in many ways. A lot of people are saying that on November 5th, 2024. And from that moment on, I've been keeping.
And now, a special message from the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. $30, $40, $50, $60, $1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Check, check, check.
Trump took office, had Democrats he had to deal with in the Senate. That average went up to 810. Then the year of COVID is a $3.1 trillion deficit. And you're right, we should return to reasonable pre-pandemic levels of spending, right? So somewhere, again, with inflation, probably would have been higher than 4.4 trillion, but I'd put together pre-pandemic levels of spending somewhere between 5.5 and 6.5, depending on what year you pick. Instead, Biden continued to spend those levels. We averaged deficits of $1.9 trillion. So we went from 550 under Obama, 810 under Trump, COVID 3.1, and then we average 1.9. There's no justification for it. But part of the problem is the 535 board directors here in Congress, that's what we really are. Many didn't even know how much we spent in total.
Right.
Because we only appropriate 25% of the budget. 75% is on automatic pilot. And by the way, it's a lot more than just Social Security, Medicare, and even Medicaid. There's $1 trillion of other mandatory spending. Pretty well every appropriation category that's undiscretionary, but they've just chosen to, the big spenders here have chosen to call that mandatory. So it's never looked at. It's out of control.
Yeah. And so we sit here and go, you guys are fighting over additional trillion in spending, likely earmarked towards healthcare, and a lot of illegals would be tapping into that. Republicans say no. And it's almost like, okay, you're going to get something there. And everyone in DC is going, oh, we did it. We negotiate. The process is working, except as you point out, spending went up another, and we I don't know, for whatever reason, memorialized the $1.5 trillion or $2 trillion that Trump put in there to temporarily save the economy as a baseline. It's crazy. And it's like, we're the clowns here going, oh, great job. Now we're spending $7 trillion, taking in $5.5 trillion.
So I've often said, it appears to be dysfunctional here, and it is. But this is a well-honed process, or the part of the Uniparty. Again, I offered an Eliminate Shutdown Act. Again, we voted on that. Every Democrat voted against it. It's a very simple bill. All it does is it establishes automatic, continuing, rolling appropriations. That's it. We just every 2 weeks, just get another continuing appropriation until you get an appropriation bill for that department. Again, there's no advantage there. It just doesn't shut the government down. Spends at last year's level. Not only did all Democrats vote against it, but our appropriation chair lobbied against it with her committee. So I think 12 Republicans voted against that as well. Go figure. Again, they love using the shutdowns. Again, I'm not real nuts about the CR that ends right before Thanksgiving, because that's part of the pressure point. So this is how the Uniparty does it. They put these deadlines right before, let's say, Christmas, and then they drop a 2,000-page omnibus spending bill that nobody's read. Nobody will read it other than the few people who wrote it, slip all kinds of things in there, and just kind of dare you, vote this thing down, and, we'll ruin your Christmas. And enough people always cave on our side, and that thing gets passed, and we're $37 trillion in debt. So this is a well-honed process, totally dysfunctional, totally out of control, mortgage our kids' future, but that's what we've got.
And very quickly, sir, about a minute or so, we're 3 weeks in. What's the one thing? How do you grease the wheel to get government reopened? I honestly, personally, I say stay shut down, but that's me. So what's it going to take?
Eric, I'm kind of with you. I would say right now in Wisconsin, people aren't really noticing this because it's being managed by a Republican president who's trying to make it painless. When Republicans are kind of more responsible for a shutdown, and we're not this time, Democrat president will always make a shutdown unbelievably painful to the American public. That's not what's happening right now. So the problem is, I think the military at some point in time will run out of pay, air traffic controllers. It's one of the reasons I've proposed the Shutdown Fairness Act. If you're going to stay shut down, okay, fine. I don't have a real problem with that. But at least let's pay the people we are forcing to work. It's only fair.
Right.
And we'll see what becomes of that.
Yeah. I tell you what, to pull the congressmen and senators pay, if you may. And I know you're donating your paycheck, which is admirable, but it's when the people who make the decisions start wondering when the next paycheck is coming that they tend to get their act together. Senator, really good to have you on. I appreciate your time, sir.
Have a great day.
Senator Ron Johnson, state of Wisconsin, especially those Packers. Extension deadline may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the October 15th deadline or owe back taxes, the IRS ramping up the enforcement against you likely right now. Every day only makes you want things
to go better, but they get worse. And here's the harsh reality. The IRS can charge a penalty of 5% per month, up to 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's in addition to what you already owe. The good news, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or business owner, doesn't matter. Even if your books are cooked, they're a mess. They've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in resolving financial chaos and getting you back on track fast with tools like property seizures, bank levies, and wage garnishments. That's right, they can take your property. They can take your property and sell it. Think about that. The IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Not too late to regain control. Your consultation is always 100% free. In one short call and a few simple questions, the experts at Tax Network USA can determine how much you can save. Call this number, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move on you. Alrighty, folks, you guys are killing it with me. I adore this. I absolutely adore you. Take a look at this very quickly. Made a couple of charts. That's not it, but that's okay. Close enough. We're growing 73 times faster than there it is. 73 times faster than the YouTube pages. You see that little yellow line at the bottom? That's a brand new YouTube page. We are 73 times faster. That's it right there. Beautiful job. Now throw the QR code if you don't mind, Ben. Just put that code up here and show people. Drop the banner. There you go. Here's what you do. You hit that screen, right? You hit your camera. Put your camera, face it towards that QR code. It'll come up, a little yellow button. You press the yellow button. You are subscribed. I will never charge you. I just need your subscription. I need your help. Help us grow. We're becoming a major player, The Edge. It's amazing. It's something completely different. I appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting. And thank you for subscribing. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Hosted by Steve Bannon with Ben Bergquam and Amanda Head on the ground, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250 from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi there, I'm Dean Heskin, President and CEO of Swiss America. Do you know which investment has outperformed almost every other asset class since the beginning of last year? And that Goldman Sachs research is now forecasting to reach further heights. That's right, it's gold. Central banks around the world continue to buy gold at record levels due to economic turmoil, foreign conflicts, and a weakening U.S. economy plagued by debt. If you're concerned how to protect yourself as our financial system weakens, our team at Swiss America has a solution. For over 40 years, we've helped people just like you purchase precious metals for home delivery and for your IRAs. Don't miss out before this next big price jump. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Let us show you how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
for patriots. Everything you need for total peace of mind.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Own Rev correspondent Bo Davidson joins us from Orlando, Florida. I was just there a couple of days ago. Wonderful. Where Moms for Liberty National Summit is taking place. Bo, tell us about this really, really important event.
Yeah, Eric, Moms for Liberty started back in 2021. It was started by two women who were school board members. They saw what was going on in our schools. Obviously, we know what happened in the pandemic, and a lot of parents were concerned. So they started Moms for Liberty, and Donald Trump was actually speaking at this conference last year. But there's a great lineup of people, including Benny Johnson, Byron Donalds, his lovely wife, Erica, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Attorney General James Utmeyer, all speakers at this conference trying to empower parents. And I say parents because it's the moms and the dads and their respective roles in terms of reclaiming rights to empower their children to become better students, better citizens. We're talking medical liberty. We're talking religious liberty. We're talking freedom of speech. All these issues are important, and they're being discussed right now at the Moms for Liberty Summit.
Bo, so I guess the essence is giving back parents power and right to dictate what their children are being, among other things, what they're being taught in our schools. But how do they get to that? How do they get into this? Do they go to the school board meetings? Where's their inroad to bringing that power back to themselves?
Well, that's where Moms for Liberty is actually great, because they have legal actions that they can submit. They have a whole legal team. In addition, yes, you can go to your school board meetings, of course, and put pressure there. There's legislative ways that you can do it. Interestingly enough, I interviewed a guy, Ryan Walters, Eric, that you may know. He was an Oklahoma school superintendent. He's now created an alliance that's an alternative to teachers' unions. And I think that that's something I had not heard before, but they're giving teachers an alternative to these these teachers' unions that are so overtaken by Democrat politicians. So the fact that we have alternatives now, I think, is an amazing thing. And that's something I just learned that happened just recently.
This is a relatively new group, right? Because I remember only a handful of years ago, and it really helped that Trump recognized them. How's that relationship?
I think it's a great relationship. As I mentioned, he did speak last year. He considers, I think, this particular group very, very effective in terms of getting parental rights back. Now, of course, Eric, we live in the free state of Florida, where Governor DeSantis has really, put the pedal to the metal in terms of parental rights. We're here in the land of Disney. I know you spend a lot of time in Orlando. We've seen what Governor DeSantis has done with Disney as well. The thing to know is that I think that even the state of Florida has been a template for other states to follow. That's at the state level. But I think as we look at the national level and what President Trump is doing, we're seeing a lot of great legislation coming out right now in terms of changing the direction of our country. Look at no further than girls' sports. We have a number of female athletes here. Jennifer Say, the CEO of XXXY Apparel, is here. These are all important steps, I think, that Moms for Liberty can empower parents to do something right now and get involved at the grassroots level.
About Virginia, I'm guessing it's going to be one of their big states, one of their big focuses, because we remember Loudoun County, Virginia, where the school boards, with the whole trans issues going on, it was a big uproar, during the Biden administration. And now they're going to elect a new governor, a new lieutenant governor, and there's a lot of back and forth. In fact, the attorney general that wants to be the attorney general of the state of Virginia has already admitted that he texted about killing a former opponent of his. They're big players in the state of Virginia. Will they get some movement in counties like Loudoun County?
I think so. I was speaking with James Lindsay earlier, Dr. James Lindsay, and we were hearkening back to Xi Van Fleet, if you know who that is, who came from communist China, and was talking about all the Marxist roots that have basically infiltrated our education system. A lot of it is happening in Virginia. So I think that is a race absolutely to pay attention to. There's been some very, very inflammatory things obviously said in that debate the other night. And I think Moms for Liberty is right at the heart of that scene. This is where they can be effective. It's school boards. It's your vice principal. My mom sent me a story today of something that's happening in Hernando, Mississippi, where a school administrator voiced support for someone who was convicted of sexual battery of a child. Now, how do you fix that? Well, you sign up with groups like Moms for Liberty, and you put pressure on these people. So because elections, Eric, have consequences, they matter. And if we're standing aside like idle sheep, nothing is going to change. But I think the pandemic woke us all up. We saw what was happening, and I became a new father, Eric, not that long ago, to a 20-month-old boy. I've got to start thinking about this. This is something I never thought about before that I have to pay attention to right now. And this conference is eye-opening for a lot of different reasons.
You know, you mentioned a couple of them before, a great lineup of speakers. Again, can you just go through it? And then Byron, it jumps out at me because living in the state of Florida, Byron Donalds and his wife, Erica, all very, very conservative, great people.
Yeah, likely future governor probably too. But we got Benny Johnson, we got Senator Ashley Moody, Byron Donalds, the aforementioned, of course, Dr. Joseph Ladapo, Pastor John Amanchukwu, very familiar to RAV audiences, Dr. James Lindsay, who I interviewed earlier, and of course, Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer, who's done a lot in this state. So really good lineup of speakers, and I think they're all speaking to, thankfully, here in the great free state of Florida, of what can be done and what example can be followed if you want to take control over your child's education. My mom was a public school teacher, Eric, for about 38 years. A lot has changed. Social media has changed that. The digital age, competing with social media with screen time. And they're talking about digital age stuff here too, in terms of screen time and what your kids should be watching. Thankfully, we've got a great partnership with Angel Studios where there's alternatives now. You don't have to watch some of the woke crap that we've been seeing. There's lots of alternatives now, and that's part of the cultural the war that we're in as well.
You know, there's a group like that, very conservative, pro-Trump. I call them MAGA. Maybe I'm not right to call them MAGA, but let's say they're America First at the very least. Are they involved in election integrity at all? Because it would strike me with a group that size and that much influence, they might get some movement in the right direction.
I think you're probably right. I haven't seen that particular theme come up at this conference, although we're only on day one. Day two could, there could be a lot more happening in day two. I haven't heard a lot about election integrity, but my impression of what this group has done on a grassroots level is nothing short of incredible. I think of it like we think of TPUSA as mobilizing the high school and college kids. This is all about the parents. And I think parents out there who have concerns about what's going on in their kids' education, some of them may consider homeschooling. That's a very viable alternative. School choice. These are big issues that are happening right now. And I think for the better part of this conference, I think we're going to see a lot of different things discussed, but particularly focusing on school choice, religious liberty, vaccines. There's so many topics that are being discussed here over the next 2 days.
Yeah. Charter schools too. Let's get parents and new parents like you.
Yeah.
You have the ability to pick your school and let the government, instead of wasting our money in the public school system, send you some money. You figure it out and you'll do a better job. Bo, always good. Folks, get out there. It's a great conference. Orlando, Florida, going through tomorrow. Great to see you, Bo. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost him. We lost Bo. Okay, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Hosted by Steve Bannon with Ben Bergquam and Amanda Head on the ground. Joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250 from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hi there, I'm Dean Heskin, President and CEO of Swiss America. Do you know which investment has outperformed almost every other asset class since the beginning of last year? And that Goldman Sachs research is now forecasting to reach further heights. That's right, it's gold. Central banks around the world continue to buy gold at record levels due to economic turmoil, foreign conflicts, and a weakening U.S. economy plagued by debt. If you're concerned how to protect yourself as our financial system weakens, our teams people just like you purchase precious metals for home delivery and for your IRAs. Don't miss out before this next big price jump. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Let us show you how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
4 Patriots. Everything you need for total peace of mind.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison. About a year in prison. 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, folks, there's Marine One landing. Trump is going to depart to get on Air Force One, come down to West Palm Beach, Florida. All right, folks, buy gold and get free silver. That's right. For every $5,000 purchased from Birch Gold Group this month in advance of Veterans Day, they will send you a free patriotic silver round that commemorates the Gadsden and American flags. Look, gold is up over 40% since the beginning of this year alone. Think about that. Birch Gold can help you own it and convert it into an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold. That's right, they own the real gold. You will own the real physical gold. Plus, they'll send you free silver, honoring our veterans and qualifying purchases. If you're current or former military, Birch Gold has a special offer just for you. They're waiving custodial fees for the first year on investments of any amount. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, many of which are my listeners. And by the way, I'm one of their customers. I do this myself. I wouldn't be telling you to do it if I didn't do it myself. We love Birch Gold Group. I encourage you to diversify your savings into gold. Text the word America to the number 989898 for a free info kit and to claim your eligibility for free silver with qualifying purchases before the end of this month. Again, that word, text America to 989898. Do it today. Take a look at this round real quick before you go. Take a look at this round. Take a look at that round on camera. Grab it, Ben. Here we go. Look, here it is. I'm holding it up. There it is. Free. It's an ounce of silver. An ounce of silver right there. All you have to do is call that. Text America 989898 to Birch Gold.
It has been another busy week for President Trump. He flew to Israel for the release of the hostages from Gaza, then flew to Egypt for an international peace summit to the end of the Israel-Hamas war, and then he bestowed the Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously to Charlie Kirk, gave it to Erica Kirk, his wife, yesterday. Here to discuss all of this and more, senior fellow at the Hoover Institution and host of the Victor Davis Hanson Show. Victor Davis Hanson, as we always say, if you're in the room with Victor Davis Hanson, you're in the room with the smartest man in the room, no matter who else is in the room with you. Victor, really good having you. Let's start on will Hamas, Iran, Hezbollah, will this cabal hold this ceasefire and actually have a true, complete end to this war?
Not on their own volition. It'll just, there's three parties. There's the Arab moderates, so-called, and Turkey, Egypt, the Gulf states, and then there's Israel, and then there's the United States. and then there's Hamas out by itself. And Hamas has to be dismantled. And we can control Iran with sanctions, and they have no air defenses for now. And Hezbollah is being rebuilt, but still neutered. Houthis are neutered. But one of those entities has to deal with Hamas, and the other three, the other two, have to allow it to do it. So either it's going to be the Arab regimes, the so-called moderates will have to deal with Hamas. I don't think they will. Or the United States will have to put troops or air power in there. I don't think we will. So it'll probably have to be Israel, and that'll be contingent on the Gulf states, Jordan, Egypt, Turkey giving them an okay, and us, of course, helping them with aid or whatever. But somebody is going to have to destroy the tunnels, keep Hamas leadership out of the picture, and dismantle
Victor,
what's
how
left
do they
of it.
do that? How do they? Hamas has leadership roles within the Palestinian, I guess, government or whatever we're going to call it.
Well, you have to do the opposite of what we've been doing. So when Israel hit Qatar, everybody got angry at Israel, but Israel basically forced Qatar to come to us and ask for a protectorate. And I think that the Trump administration said, yes, we'll protect you, but you're not going to host Hamas anymore. And then we said to Turkey, you're not going to host Hamas anymore. And we're going to debank them. We're going to bar them. Anybody connected with them with entry, pressure our European allies to do the same, and make them personae non grata all over the world, and then deal with what's left of let Israel go down the list. If they rearm, just say they have a list of 300 or 400 of them, and they'll just keep going down and eliminating them. But they cannot participate. They're killers. They will never rehabilitate.
Is Iran, are they showing the true self right now?
No, Iran is rebuilding, it's recalibrating, it's trying to reach out and say that now they might be moderate while they secretly build another facility. They're trying to get their air defenses from the Russians and the Chinese rebuilt, but it's going to be very hard for them because nothing's static. The United States is becoming more and more powerful, and so is Israel, and they're never going to catch up. And they think they are. So we have to continue to be vigilant. Basically, if I could be so candid, they are hoping there's a change of leadership, that a new administration on the left will be in power. And then they think they can, it's what one of the hostages said, as soon as Trump was elected, everything changed for the better for the hostages. Had he not been elected, they'd still be there. So that's their only confidence, that they think that Trump will not, he will be gone, and Mario or Rubio, Marco won't be there, or Vance won't be there, and they can get another Biden or Obama administration to appease them.
My fear is that's the same thing that they are doing. A lot of the business world is doing with Trump right now, promising to bring manufacturing back to the United States, and doing it so slow that they won't have to actually put a shovel into the ground until after he's no longer president. Got a quick thought on that?
Yeah, I do. I think Trump, when he says we have $8 to $12 trillion in foreign investment, it doesn't matter what these other countries say. It matters what actually materializes. And some of them, like Japan, for example, are going to wait us out until he's gone. And I think that's same true of some of our businesses that say they're going to build these huge, $1 trillion plants. And it's very important that we think beyond the Trump 4 years and who is going to follow him, and can everybody unite behind that person and continue this very necessary agenda.
Very important who takes over from here. Very quickly, because I want to know the topic. It feels like a bad decision to allow Qatar to get a military base in Idaho.
Yeah, it does. It just, I wish we know what the quos. I want to know what the quids are. What did they give up for that? Did they say to us, we're not going to have any more Al Jazeera. We're not going to have any more Hamas people that we protect. We're not going to fund radical Islamic programs at Columbia and, $50 million a year pouring into America. I don't know what we got for it, but we had to get something. And I think that something is connected with the negotiations that I don't think Hamas will feel that.
Let's not forget, guys. Let's not forget the leaders of Hamas when Israel started to fight back and and go at them and start searching them out. They were hiding in Qatar, and now Qatar is going to have a military base in Idaho.
I hope I think everybody realizes that they are the double dealers. They play Iran off against the Saudis. They play us off against the Russians. They have a Hamas. And I think the Trump administration we'd rather grab a hold of them and offer them something and control them. But if they're not going to control them and say, this is what you can do and this is what you can't, nobody likes you, everybody's sick of you, you don't have any friends. Israel at any moment can really do damage to you, ruin your tourist industry, ruin your oil industry. They showed it. We can stop the Israelis from doing that, but we want something in return. And I hope that return is much bigger than what we gave up.
Which would be great. I just don't like the part. And by the way, we'll let you camp out in our backyard. That's the part.
I don't like it either.
Yeah.
I just.
Do you think Trump is playing with fire again? I don't know what these negotiations are to offer Zelensky in Ukraine the intel on Russian infrastructure, specifically Russian oil infrastructure, which we know Putin was going to protect. That it's his lifeblood. He's going to protect that to the death. To offer that intel to Zelensky, it seems. What's the political play here?
Well, the political play is that everybody knows the outline of the peace deal, and that is they're not going to get back Donbass, the Ukrainians. They're not going to get back Crimea. Mm-hmm. They are not going to be in NATO, but they're going to be armed, and they're going to be a deterrent power, so they can't be absorbed by Russia. Mm-hmm. And Russia wants as much land as they can get westward so that justify this terrible miscalculation. It's cost them 1 million dead and wounded and missing. And Putin's got to go back to the oligarchs or the military and say, I got all of this land west of the Donbass and Crimea, and it was worth all this death. And he doesn't think he's there yet. And we think he's there. So they're going to argue over where the DMZ is. But what I'm worried about is strategically, if he's going to hurt all of these hospitals and schools, strategically, it's justified to hit him back. But it's a little bit, what's strategically justified is not the same as what's geostrategically wise. And when you start violating the rules of the Cold War for whatever good reason, that you start in a proxy war to hit the homeland of your nuclear rival with your weapons and using a proxy in the way that Khrushchev tried to use Cuba to do the same to us, whatever the reason is, you're in your new frontier. It's dangerous.
Yeah. I'm going to leave it there. My question is why broadcast it, right? So you want to have you want to have covert operations. I'm sure we do. I'm sure we've given them a lot of intel, but it didn't seem. I couldn't figure out why Trump would broadcast that on the stage.
I agree. And I think he's trying to put pressure on Putin, and he thinks he knows Putin, and Putin is going to give concessions.
It's a risk.
Putin, it doesn't have enough land.
Do you think the dog, the bite that the dog that's sleeping over there, or not necessarily sleeping, but maybe this guy's nuts, Putin. I'm not sure you want to mess with him that way. Victor Davis Hanson, appreciate your time, my friend. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99. And you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Well, I love having my next guest on. He's a ball of American spirit. In fact, he's like a meteor barreling towards Earth at breakneck speed. Let's get right to the one, the only Ted Nugent. And hey, welcome, Ted. Welcome, Mr. Ted. This is huge. We're bringing on because Turning Point USA is putting on an all-American halftime show to counter Bad Bunny's performance at the NFL halftime show. Tell us a little bit about that. There it is right there, Kid Rock. Ted Nugent, Travis Tritt, Jason Aldean, look at the John Rich, Lee Greenwood, amongst others. Really exciting stuff, Ted.
Well, I got to tell you, dream on. They wish that this was the halftime entertainment because this is real all-American, hell-raising soul music. Everybody on there. But the horrible thing about it, like everything on the internet and the galactic insanity, none of that is true. It's not going to happen. God knows the world would be better if it did. But I understand TNT and USA, they're putting on an alternative one to the Bunny goofball. And again, the NFL, I've never seen an NFL game in my life, and I'm not about to start now. But ultimately, let me put it this way, Eric. Here it is, October 2025, and everything is insane, but I can cleanse my soul every day with the mystical flight of the arrow. You've got to prioritize. Would that be a great halftime show or what?
I think this would be the better halftime show. I can't wait to find out how many viewers you guys draw away from the NFL. Bad Bunny, by the way, I just literally watched Bad Bunny. And don't get me wrong. I really don't care who they put up at halftime. But Ted, I used to love some of when it was rock and roll halftimes. Those were fantastic. I really don't care who they put up. They got their marketing ideas, the NFL does, and they're going after Hispanic audiences. Okay, great. Knock yourself out. My problem is Bad Bunny is not a good American. My problem is Bad Bunny went to a WNBA game. The finals were last week. He went to a WNBA game and stayed seated during the national anthem when everyone in the crowd was standing up. And that pisses me off.
Well, and those are the kinds of anecdotal evidence that one needs to review to make such decisions, and that the NFL can't make that truth, logic, common sense, decent decision is a vote against those guys. But once again, Eric, it's October. I got all my friends, my sons, my daughters, they all love to go to sporting events. I'm not a spectator. I don't spectate. I do stuff. This is the greatest hunting season of my life. I'm doing these unbelievable Detroit Motor City rock and roll soul music gigs around the country called Uncle Ted's Speakeasies. And that way I can be home every night with Tremaine and my dogs. What's more important than that? So God bless the NFL. People that love to watch those sports. I hope they have a good time. And I don't know anything about this Bunny dude, but I don't really care. I have priorities, and that ain't one of them.
You crack me up, Mr. Ted Nugent. So how does this work? How much time do you know how much time you're going to have on stage? And you think about you got to play Stranglehold. You got to go Stranglehold. I think you have to play probably Stormtrooping, Wango, Tango. What do you think?
Well, everybody on that list wants to play Stranglehold, I promise you.
That's
that
right.
Kid Rock, he plays Cat Scratch Fever every night. Hank Jr. plays Cat Scratch Fever every night. The great Toby Keith played Stranglehold every night, because everybody needs real soul music at least once per performance. So, I'm ready to play all my songs. I love my music. I love my music more than anybody loves my music. Jason Hartless on drums, Johnny Big on bass guitar. It's out of body, soulful, just so intense, so irreverent, so defiant, so groove, so Motown, so James Brown. So it doesn't matter what songs I play, where I play them, they all have a life of their own.
Wang Dang Sweet. It's
a love song. I'm the master of love songs.
You are, and I know that. And we talked about this. Cat Scratch Fever, the kitty next door, the lady next door had a cat, and you'd like to play with the kitty. I understand. So we drum up some video of back in the day, Ted Nugent back in the day. Remember, I grew up watching Ted Nugent. And we're going to play a little bit of this, Ted. Tell us about this concert, and Ted's going to come in swinging on a vine, and second, here he is. Tell us a little about what that concert was all about. You remember it?
Well, what that concert was all about is going crazy and absolutely letting it rip. When in doubt, I whip it out. Nobody's had more fun with their career, no matter what that career might be, especially in music. Why not a loincloth? I'm the only guitar player that shoots his own stage clothes. I literally can shoot my stage clothes, and then down the road we can barbecue them. The point is that my band is so killer. My musicians at my side are such killers, and the audience knows that there might be a flaming arrow or a loincloth or coming out. I rode a buffalo on stage, a live South Dakota bull bison between my legs. A lot of people didn't understand that, but it's all about letting it rip.
Yeah.
When you're going to play rock and roll, we consider every concert an audition to be James Brown's band. My musicians are so gifted, so dedicated. They have indefatigable Herculean work ethic, and they love rhythm and blues, soul music, James Brown, Wilson Pickett, Little Richard, my hero. So every night is the most important concert of our lives, and I've done 7,007 of them, and I can't wait for 7,008.
So soul music, that's where your genesis is. That's where your true north is. That's where you get your inspiration from the soul. Back in the day, soul artists. Elvis famously said he grew up listening to gospel music. Gospel taught him how to sing. Gospel taught him how to write lyrics. And for you, it's more soulful music. And your music is just intertwined with the DNA of your music is from that soul patch. So tell us about it.
Well, Eric, I was born in Detroit, 1948. Les Paul had just electrified the guitar from a background instrument to the driving force of the best songs in the world. Little Richard showed us to do what with his left hand. I think it was his left hand, playing the bass parts on the piano. And Chuck Berry and Bo Diddley and Duane Eddy and Lonnie Mack, these guys were milking frequencies and tones out of the guitars and amplifiers that were brand new, and being in the shadow of Motown with those mystical, miraculous grooves, the Funk Brothers, and listening to James Brown and his band and all these great soulful artists, even though it's a semi-Caucasian version of an uppity soulful gospel blues song. But remember, the black artists finally threw off the shackles of the worst curse of mankind of slavery and racism. They really did throw it off when I was born. It slowly took place. And so that music was so emotional. It was so authoritative, so powerful, so infectious. So every rock and roll song you like was inspired by the Motown Funk Brothers, Little Richard, Chuck Berry, Bo Diddley, James Brown, Wilson Pickett, Sam and Dave, all these masters of coming out of the cotton fields and just letting it rip. Such defiant, irreverent, soulful, authoritative music. And in 2025, that's still the inspiration for the best bands out there. Night Ranger and Styx and Mark Farner. These guys are still out there playing all these years later. Ted Nugent still playing rock and roll concerts because of that emotional, soulful, authoritative black influence. Know it.
So you're the front man, right? Ted Nugent, you're front man of Ted Nugent. Some of the other, the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, I'm thinking Aerosmith, Steven Tyler, also have this real ballady, soulful, I guess, DNA running through their musical blood as well. Do you talk to any of those folks anymore? Did you ever?
I do. I have a great connection with Sammy Hagar, with Mark Farner, the Grand Funk Railroad, one of the most talented soulful artists in the history of the world. My damn Yankees buddies, Tommy Shaw and Styx, Jack Blades over in Japan with Night Ranger right now. I keep in touch with Sammy Hagar all the time. I talk to Ricky Medlock from Leonard Skinner. These are people who can still form syllables and have a reasonable conversation. And I'm echoing their core musical inspirational beliefs right now. Every word out of my mouth is the same inspiration for everybody from Billy Joel to Steven Tyler to Sammy Hagar to Mark Farner. All these unbelievable soulful artists, they all came from that defiant, unprecedented black musical authority. We all want to be as tight as James Brown, have the cadence and lyricism and storytelling of Chuck Berry and Little Richard. I mean, stop and think of the lyrics back then. That's where I get Wang Dang Sweet Poontang. In fact, there was a blues song by, I think it was Howlin' Wolf, called Wang Dang Doodle. What do you think that might have been about? So there's a lot of inspiration out there that is that coexists in all the musical genres. But when you really play with heart and soul, it's got black influence.
You know, I grew up watching you, Ted. I grew up listening to The Who. And I think my first concert ever was The Who in Chicago Stadium. Absolutely amazing. I saw The Who, a couple of clips on Instagram of The Who in Seattle in September, a couple of weeks ago. And wow, they brought it. Like, unfortunately, Entwistle is dead and Moon is dead, two of the major members of the band, but Pete Towns is still there. Daltrey couldn't hit the high note anymore, but it was such a great performance. It's everlasting. Can you hit the high note, Ted? Do you still have the high note in you or no?
You know, if I play Wango Tango, which is the greatest white guy's attempt at Little Richard, I'm the only white guy that ever got close to Little Richard. Even Paul McCartney I'm down. But anyhow, yeah, I can still hit those high notes because I'm a man that is influenced by the greatest philosopher of all times, Dirty Harry, when he said a good man knows his limitations. So if I start out with the high screaming songs like Sammy Hagar does every song, then I can hit those high notes. But again, I'm 77 this year. This is outrageous. Yeah. And this is my hunting beard, so I look older than I really feel. But the music is so inspiring. I'm telling you, Eric, when we hit the stage every night, it's out of body. It's like a martial arts, like a Bruce Lee musicianship thing. It literally takes over your entire being if you really believe in the music. And what you're talking about, The Who in 2025, Roger and Pete, they still believe in the music. Mm-hmm. They're so proud of those musical statements. So when we get up on stage, it's literally the mountaintop of the human experience. It's like being the greatest welder in the world, which is more important than music. The greatest welder in the world, his welds will last forever. Mm-hmm. What a great testament to work ethic and dreams.
It was inspiring seeing a lot of young people, new young drummer, new young keyboards, and a violinist who came out, and this young lady, and she just crushed the violin in that song. Ted, Spirit of the Wild on the Pursuit channel. You have your own show here. Tell us very quickly where we can find Ted.
Well, I believe in conservation. Like right now, take a look at my effervescent masculinity. I'm high on nature again today, not just during the hunting season, but Shemaine and I produced Spirit of the Wild TV on the Pursuit channel for 36 years, over 650 episodes, celebrating God's healing powers of nature when you're a hands-on conservation participant. And it will keep you bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and cleanse your soul. And that's why it's the #1 hunting show in the history of conservation television. We're very proud of that. I think it's Shemaine's Queen of the Forest that does it. That's really where all this power comes from.
There you go. There you go. Always great having you on, Ted. Real proud to have you as a friend and also as a colleague. Tech Ninja, everybody. Thank you, brother.
Godspeed, Eric. God bless America.
And you too. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Dr. Phil here, and I've got news for you. Millions of Americans are behind on taxes, and many settle for far less than they owe. If you owe more than $10,000 or have unfiled returns, Protection Tax can help. Their tax experts and licensed professionals deal with the IRS so you don't have to. Call Protection Tax for a free confidential consultation. Take the first step and take your life back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Very quick, put up that chart real quick. Ben, this is amazing. You guys are killing it with The Edge. It's this show is out of control. It's becoming a platform 73 times faster than the average YouTube page. Very quickly, jump over to that QR code. You can do this two ways, folks. You can take your phone, open up the camera, hit that QR code, drop the banner if you don't mind. There you go. Hit the little yellow line comes across, press it, you've subscribed. It will never charge you for anything. Not about that. It's just the support. This way, I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Or you can go youtube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. youtube.com/EricBowlingTheEdge. Thank you. I appreciate your support. All right, let's do this very quickly. We had this voicemail a couple of days ago. Just hear a taste of it very quick. Go ahead, Ben.
Hey, this is Byron from Louisiana again, which you never put me on TV. Oh, you over there bragging on your damn president. Your president ain't done a damn thing for the working people. You over there bragging on him and goes up on this, goes up on that.
Come on. So that created a lot of voicemails. You guys probably sent me maybe 75, 100 voicemails responding to that. So let's pull a couple of them. Ben, what's the first one?
It's just a viewer responding to this person. Here we are.
Eric Bowling, Mr. Bowling, I appreciate your attempt to listen to any and all of them. God bless you, and God bless your listeners. But there's no way you can handle everything that everybody is calling into. But I understand.
Thank you very much. And the point was, the guy had legitimate concerns, but I pointed out. He said, "Your president." It's our president, my man. It's our president. He's the president of all Americans, like it or not. There were so many. Let's play another one.
Hey, Eric, it's Angie from Farmington, Missouri. Hey, I just heard that crazy message from the guy that said you'd never put him up on TV. Thank you for sharing that so that we can all understand how deranged, as our favorite president would say, or maybe lunatic some people are in this world. But anyway, Eric, you're doing a great job. Don't listen to the noise. I've watched you since the early days of Fox, and I'm really glad that you're at RAV now because that's the best place to be. So anyway, keep on keeping on and keep on doing good, Eric. We really enjoy you in the afternoon, most of us. Thanks again.
Most of us. That was a nice little touch at the end. Most of us. Can't make everyone happy, so to speak. I think we got time for one more, Ben. Let's do it.
Hi, Eric. I just wanted you to know that crazy bastard that called your show today was really me disguising my voice again. The reason I did that was because I wanted to motivate you and bring the best out of you. And if you'll notice, you were really on fire after I did that. So you don't need to thank me. I thank you, and you got great genes, and let's get the job done.
All right. Well, thank you anyway. I'm pretty sure that wasn't you, my friend, because you call it a lot. You're This guy's funny. We put him up a lot because he keeps them tight and he makes them fun. I appreciate your calls. That's the whole point. Keep doing it. Keep sending me the voicemails. I get through them as many as I can. Just really, really appreciate all you guys do because I want to hear what you're thinking. I want to hear what's on your mind. I want to hear what's important to you. That's how we put the show together. Put together the things that are important to you. You're very interested in the Victor Davis Hanson. I'm watching the chat light up about the Qatari base in Idaho. Is it a training base? Is it a war base? Is it a military base? We don't know, but we ask these questions. Have a great weekend. Have a safe weekend. The War Room is coming up next. We will be all about it. We'll be back with you on Monday. Have a great night. Bye.
Tomahawks to Ukraine. What's going to happen if the United States is in a conflict and we need the Tomahawks? Do we have enough?
That's the problem. We need Tomahawks and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it and all that, and they have plenty of money. Tomahawks, and we need a lot of other things that we've been sending over the last 4 years to Ukraine. We've been, we gave them a lot. Now we have a different situation. We send it to the European Union. They pay for it. One thing I have to say, we want Tomahawks also. We don't want to be giving away things that we need to protect our country. We have a very strong country right now. We have a strong military. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. I want to get this war over.
One of the issues that the indictment raises is that not only was this information exposed to his wife and daughter, it was exposed to the Iranians because one of his email accounts was hacked. And what I've learned is that that is one way that the United States discovered that there was this classified information on Bolton's AOL account is because they had a penetration, the U.S. intelligence community had a penetration of an Iranian system, and they came across these emails, and that sort of fueled this investigation. And there was a debate in the Biden administration about whether they could even move forward with this case because it would require essentially disclosing to the Iranians that the U.S. had that penetration. That's a big deal. That's not often done. But the Trump Justice Department decided that it was worth it to pursue this case against John Bolton.
Likely knew that this information should not have been spread further, that there was sort of an attempt to say, don't share this. And then there was a sort of tongue-in-cheek shh that in the response. But explain to us why that could or could not factor in here.
So the power of a document like that or evidence like that is really the government's ability to get it into evidence at trial. And that is, as we all know at this table, going to be a function of the witnesses that are able to authenticate that document. In plain English, what it means is that if I'm having a conversation with another individual and that conversation is private, either of us has to be able to take the stand to say, I had this conversation with this person, or I received this communication from this person. You cannot compel John Bolton to testify because he has a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. And with respect to his family, it's possible that they could be compelled to testify, but it's very unlikely. So the question becomes, with a communication like that, who is the witness that you're going to use to authenticate it? Certainly, you could use the FBI, perhaps, to say that they got it through the investigation. But if you're not hearing from either of the individuals who are participating in the conversation, it loses its emphasis. And the jury has to sort of take it at the four corners of the document, which could be good or bad, depending on who you're talking about. But certainly what you will not have happen is John Bolton get on the stand, see this, and as Susan said, say, oh, I only told them to shush because I didn't want it known. But at the same time, I didn't know that these weren't things that they were supposed to talk about. So
that's not going to work.
That's absolutely not going to happen.
This indictment of Bolton accuses him of sharing emails with information, national defense information, with two family members. They don't say who the family members are, but they're presumed to be his wife and his daughter. How significant is it that a former national security advisor was sharing information with his family?
I think on one hand, Ariel, it's very significant because John Bolton, like most people in that position, has shown us that he understands what the rules of the road are. In fact, the indictment itself shows us that John Bolton fully understands that because he's done a series of interviews both before his time as the National Security Advisor and after, where he criticizes other people for their handling and discussion of information. On the other hand, almost everyone who serves in this kind of capacity writes a book at some point in time, right? Our bookshelves are legion upstairs in our headquarters with these kinds of books. And you have to ask yourself, how do people do that if they don't hold on to classified or national security information at some point in time in some venue? I think what complicates this here is obviously Bolton was using an intermediary. He was using his wife and daughter basically as a transcription and secretarial service, as his ghostwriters or editors. It's not exactly clear what function they fulfilled, but he was handwriting notes along his journey as the NSA. Then he was converting them into a Word document and sending them to his wife and daughter, either over an instant message platform that's non-governmental or a commercial email application. And that's the complicating factor.
And if I could just throw in a quick one on 100% tariff on things like the movies, obviously our movie industry is already the best in the world. And I don't understand the competitive issue there. Thank you.
Well, let's take the movie thing first. If you know Hollywood, and I used to live about 60 miles from there, it became almost impossible to produce a medium to low budget film in Hollywood. And so it was off to Czechoslovakia and Canada. The industry went, and it was drawn by heavy government subsidies from countries around the world who wanted to cash in on the Hollywood cow. So it's a significant that's a significant issue.
It has been reported that Maduro offered everything in his country, all the natural resources. He even recorded a message to you in English recently, offering mediation. What should we do in order to stop that?
He has offered everything. He's offered everything. You're right. You know why? Because he doesn't want to around with the United States. Thank you, everybody.
It's Friday, 17 October, the year of our Lord, 2025. Joined by my co-host this afternoon, Lee Wamsberg. Now, you're running right now. We know you as the Patriot Mobile political action person. You're actually running for the state Senate in the state of Texas?
Yes, I'm running for Senate District 9. And in the state of Texas, we have 31 senators. They're huge districts, larger than congressional districts.
There's only 31 senators in all of Texas?
Yeah,
Texas Senate?
About 1 million per person. So it's a huge district.
Wow.
Our races are more expensive than congressional races.
Wow. Unbelievable. Hang around, Lee. We got a lot to get to. Let's go to Peter Navarez on Pebble Beach. Zelensky just left the White House a few minutes ago. The president left. No gaggle, no discussion, heading to Palm Beach. Peter, today, your speech really touched the heart. We started the show down here in Texas with your speech. I got to tell you, the audience reaction was amazing because you talked about populism and economic nationalism from the heart. And you really were, it almost felt like you were addressing the good folks in Texas, the farmers, the ranchers, the entrepreneurs, the people that really are the backbone of this country, sir.
The Council on Foreign Relations is kind of the Davos of Washington, D.C. It's the center of gravity for all of the policy guys who are going to be in Democrat administrations. I went right at them today. I was happy to get the invite, but look, they're responsible for everything you and I have fought for, the better part of 3 decades now. NAFTA, they were behind China's entry into the WTO, the ill-fated Trans-Pacific Partnership, which President Trump skewered on his first day in office in the first term. And this drumbeat, Steve, of propaganda. Tariffs are bad. Tariffs are going to cause inflation. Tariffs are going to cause recession. Don't do tariffs. It'll upset our allies. They're always so quick. Steve, one of the themes of the speech was you can't trade our economic security for national security. Economic security is national security. If you don't have a manufacturing base, you can't defend anybody, including yourself. So it was a very interesting day, and I hope the Council of Foreign Relations got a little religion today, because I was preaching, brother. I was preaching the gospel of MAGA, and I was preaching it the way they didn't like, because I gave them the data, the facts, sir. We brought the facts, and it was fun.
Okay, let me ask you. You went to kind of the high church of the globalists, and it's one of the most elite groups in the world. You got to be invited to be part of the Council on Foreign Relations, really headquartered in New York, but with a massive state-of-the-art office in D.C. right near the White House. You also had Anna Swanson, and I would say Anna's probably one of the smartest people in the country about trade. She does a great job at the New York Times, although she's a globalist, she's not a nationalist. But then you had a live audience, invitation only, of the council. And then you had, I don't know, 5,000, 10,000 people just on their Zoom call. And we had, hundreds of thousands watching live. You actually got up in their grill like I've never seen before. How did they respond to your kind of reading? Are they empathetic at all with what the populist nationalists and the good folks in Texas are trying to fight for? Or is it just this elitist globalist sneering?
Well, first of all, guest hosting on the War Room is good training to go get in the grill of the globalists. I thought that the reception in the room was surprisingly warm. I think they get it. You got the leadership. The problem is the leadership and the fellows who take the checks and write the articles and things like foreign policy. But these are smart people. They have eyes and ears, and they can see over time that Donald Trump's trade policies have certainly been very effective. They can certainly see that it's Donald Trump creating peace, not war. But this is the kind of constructive dialogue we need. I mean, look, Steve, I think we've broken the back of the resistance on tariffs and trade as it is now, because Donald Trump has succeeded beyond anybody's wildest dreams in terms of getting deals with virtually the rest of the world that are very favorable to the United States, all without creating inflation or recession. And everybody's kind of grudgingly admitting, who hasn't yet, that, it's working pretty damn good. And oh, by the way, as I said in the speech today, we're able to pay down our national debt in ways which could actually get us a balanced budget and keep our bond yields down, and mortgage rates down and consumer credit down. So, look, Council on Foreign Relations is the last holdout, but we went to them today, and they heard the message, and hopefully they'll come home to us as well.
I know I don't want any obviously classified information or inside baseball, but today you have both the kinetic part of the war President Trump is trying to solve with this slaughter in Ukraine, and President Trump comes on once again with the empathetic. There's just too many dead. He's trying to work on, Tomahawks, offensive, not with Putin. Marco's going over next week to start the negotiation with Lavrov. President Trump will follow to Budapest. You've also, Jameson, Ambassador Greer, Scott Bessent are dealing with the Chinese Communist Party on what looks like open warfare about rare earths. Overall, directionally, where do we stand with this? Because I will tell you, not just markets, but as I'm down here in Texas, people are paying attention to this big time.
Well, as the boss says, let's see what happens. We'll know by November 1st after President Trump meets with President Xi Jinping. My favorite question of the day in the forum today was about kind of the rare earths and what's the weaponization of our China's supply chains against us. Steve, you and I know it's unrestricted warfare. And what I explained to the crowd there is simply that my job at the White House, Steve, is not only bring things home in the supply chain, but the ones where there's vulnerabilities. And all I can say is what China's doing is making my job a heck of a lot easier. I don't have to convince anybody anymore inside the White House that we need to do this and we need to do it in Trump time, which is to say as fast as possible. So let's see what happens. It's always good for the War Room to be here. Thanks for carrying that today. Thanks to the Papa Sig, Rob Sig, and Parker for getting it all done. And last thing I'll say, Steve, got to be said, I'm so pissed off that John Bolton, like Comey, got to self-surrender. Chapter 1 of I Went to Prison So You Won't Have to. You can read about my leg irons arrest. I don't want that to be done to them, but it does provide a stark contrast between how those bastards treated you and me and how we're treating them. 18 counts felony, John Bolton.
walks in. Last thing, Anna Swanson, one of the senior people at the New York Times. Did you happen to mention we sold more books than number 10? We should be number 8 in the New York Times bestseller list, and we're not. Did you mention it to Anna? We got about 30 seconds, brother.
I communicated that through email to the publisher, Arthur Sulzberger, through Anna Swanson as well. She's well aware of the problem. Look, don't expect fairness from the New York Times. They're costing us, Steve, thousands and thousands of books out there. And it's not about the money, it's about the message. And that's what they do. New York Times is cancel culture and skewed analysis. And we just got to keep fighting. The good news is there's the war room now, and there's all sorts of alternative ways.
We'll talk to you on Monday, brother. Thank you. Peter Navarro.
Hi, Julie. It's Pam. Listen, I just saw the storm warning, and they're saying it could be bad. I know the store is going to be a madhouse, but we need to stock up on food. We also need gas for our generator, or we're going to be stuck without power. Please make sure you have everything you need before it's too late. I don't want you getting caught unprepared.
4 Patriots. Everything you need for total peace of mind.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut, but your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus, they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit getmonkeymagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99. And you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
We're up on Getter right now. We'll be on Getter all weekend. So Real America's Voice and War Room, we are juggling. We're live in Texas right now. Lee's my co-host. Tomorrow morning from 8 a.m. to noon, we're going to be live and we're going to juggle between Orlando and Moms for Liberty. And here in Texas, we got breaking news, personalities, politics, all of it. And we have a rally tomorrow afternoon.
We do. You can learn more about it at leefortexas.com.
So I'll be there with Lee, and we're going to have a rally and get ready jacked up for this coming election. Simultaneously, in the afternoon, we're going to do live coverage. Real America's Voice is going to do live coverage of Marine Corps 250, very much like the Navy 250 we did, I think, a couple of Sundays ago. Our own Amanda Head is going to be there. She's at Camp Pendleton right now, Oceanside, California. Amanda Head, first off, Amanda, that's not normally a very safe place for a young woman to be, but you did go to Auburn, so I guess you're tough enough, right?
I did, and I actually have 2 Auburn camera guys, so we have banded together and we are good. And look, we're right next to the base. We're right outside of it. We actually just had 2 lovely Marines come out and make sure that we were not actually filming the gate because that's a security risk. But we were just focused here on the sign, but they were lovely, and it does feel quite safe. And, you know, Steve, you consider the demographics of Southern California and what's happening with deportations, and there is maybe a touch less crime in these areas.
Amanda, walk us through tomorrow, your broadcast. You're going to anchor. Tell us about Pendleton. My understanding is we're going to see a full Marine amphibious assault and landing right there at Pendleton. Can you give us a heads up of what we can look forward to?
I will give you the full breakdown. I had to write it down because there's so much. It's going to start off with ACV. So those are amphibious combat vehicles. Those are going to be launching from naval vessels and then coming aboard land. You've got C-130s. They're going to have parachute jumpers. They're going to be jumping to Red Beach, which is just a little bit north of Camp Pendleton. You've got Navy Special Warfare divers doing a demonstration. FA-18s, F-35Cs. Those are fighter jets. They're going to be executing beach strides, and that's going to be up until about 1 p.m. And then we've got CH-53s. Those are heavy lift helicopters. And MV-22s, those are a type of Osprey. Those are tilt rotor Ospreys. We've got HIMARS, Marine artillery units conducting controlled live fire demonstrations. You're going to have a combined United States Marine Corps and United States Navy air power finale, C-130 flyover, and then H-1 helicopter flyover and flag presentation to close it all out. So this obviously is for the Marine Corps. November 10th, 1775 is when they began, but obviously a strong unity between the United States Marines and the Navy. So the Navy is participating as well. It's going to be incredible. Steve, we were over at the site earlier today doing a preset for all of our equipment, and it is a production on par with President Trump's biggest campaign rallies last year, and obviously even more expansive considering all of the vehicles around that were already there. We were just watching a demonstration and a rehearsal of the flyover. I mean, it is American might and patriotism on display. Tomorrow is going to be absolutely spectacular.
Everything going on in Taiwan, it couldn't be a more timely effort with the Navy, and of course, what Cleo Pascal calls the men's department of the Navy, the United States Marine Corps. Amanda, we're at Moms for Liberty and Texas from 8 o'clock. Remember, War Room coverage expands with Real America's Voice, 8 a.m. tomorrow, 2 noon. So our normal 10 to noon show, but we're going to have 2 hours in the morning. Lee's going to be with me. Brian Harrison's going to be with me. Many other people from Texas are going to be. We're going to cut back and forth between this amazing conference of Moms for Liberty in Orlando. Then we're going to toss it to Amanda and the team out in California at Camp Pendleton. They're going to let it rip. Amanda, what's your social media? I'm sure people are going to have tons of questions all day, all night. Where do they go?
At Amanda Head everywhere.
Amanda Head, thank you so much, ma'am. Good luck tomorrow. Bravo Zulu. Okay, Lee, here's what I don't get.
Okay.
We've known Patriot Mobile, been a sponsor for years. I've known you in that. You got a great company. You got a great family. You're kind of revered down here with the grassroots. You're kind of legendary in the grassroots and what you guys have done. Patriot Mobile has done as outreach on so many different things, right? The schools, the Bibles, the Bible, for all of it. Just amazing. Why would somebody who's got a life like that want to get into cutthroat politics? Folks, got to understand, as we've covered on the trial of Ken Pax, all of it, the Texas Senate only has 31 people. So each one of them is targeted, particularly with the business interest, with the radical left, with everything. You got all these other issues that are coming before. It's one of the reasons I came to Texas. I said, something's going on down in Texas. I got to start spending more time there. Why would you leave that nice life to go into the cockpit of what modern politics is, particularly in a state like Texas, which As goes Texas, so goes the country, ma'am.
The bottom line is if good people don't get in the game, who's running the show, right? Bad people. I have no desire to be an elected official. I have no desire to have a title. This is a duty, right? I'm needed at this time. I'm not going to allow a Democrat to win this seat or a Rhino to win this seat because Texas matters. If Texas goes, so goes the country. And you're right, my life is really great. It's a lot better without this. But if good people don't self-sacrifice and get involved, you have the other type of candidate who is in it for themselves. And that never works out well for the people.
Your district is huge. It includes, I think, part of one of the best cities in this country, Fort Worth, Texas. Just extraordinary. I've spent so much time in Fort Worth over the last 30 years. And you've got the great part that's north of Fort Worth. The reason your case is pretty interesting is that when you announce, and given how people know you from grassroots, you had a fairly big lead against the Democrat. And then all of a sudden, the establishment Republican business community drops in a guy with, I don't know, $4 million or whatever he had, and just starts carpet bombing. I mean, they're sending a signal. They don't want MAGA. They don't want a grassroots person. They want somebody that's very malleable to the business community. How do you handle that?
Well, and to understand the dynamics of that statement, that this is a special election and there is no primary. So there was already a Democrat in, and then I got in the election. So the next Republican that got in was willing to split the vote. The next Republican that got in didn't care at the possibility of splitting the vote and perhaps giving the seat to a Democrat. That alone should be enough to know who to vote for. But in addition to that, now that we know, since the finance reports have come out, that over 93% of all of his money has come from out of state.
93% of that big amount of money was out of state?
I've never seen that in the history. You know, I've been in politics a long time. I've never seen that with another Texas candidate. It's really phenomenal. We are working really hard at the grassroots. We have a good campaign. We're strong on our messaging. We know what the people want. You know, this district has over 20 cities. It has 13 school districts. So, and I've been in every one of them talking to the voters.
And this kind of an explosive growth area of Texas, correct? One of the most explosive growth states in the union.
It is. And in our area is one of the most explosive growth Senate districts in the state of Texas. So we're out there working hard. We know what the people want. We have the grassroots machine, volunteers, moms and dads who love this state and love this country and want to keep Senate District 9 red.
You're doing the President Trump precinct strategy, Turning Point, Charlie Kirk. You're knocking on doors and voter engagement. What are your team and you hearing from the voters when you knock on the doors? In their mind right now, 9 months into President Trump's administration, and with all the madness that just went through the redistricting fight in Texas, what are voters telling you is top of their mind?
So no matter where I go in all of these cities, there's two top issues: property tax and security and policing. So that includes your local police. That includes border security. And something that I have been really sort of screaming from the mountaintops is this is what President Trump has done to our southern border is amazing. He's closing it, before.
Does that show up now in Texas?
It is showing up. I actually just talked to the sheriff earlier today, and he said we are seeing crime rates go down since President Trump lowered the amount of people coming over. Prior to this, Tarrant County is the reddest county in the nation. Our sheriff testified in Washington, D.C. that in this red county, he was doing a bust of a stash house and he found women in cages here in Tarrant County. And that's cartel. That's cartel, the drug lords and the drug traffickers. So that is truly helps that. However, Texas has to be prepared for a life after President Trump. We can never again be caught off guard, depending upon who's in the White House. We are the 8th largest economy in the world. We have a $2.7 trillion GDP. There is no reason why we can't handle our southern border. And I know that's supposed to be the federal government's responsibility. But Texas is big enough. We need to watch our own border and always be prepared.
I can tell you from the last couple of days, one of the things that the nationwide audience is shocked about, I'm getting texts, so they go, the property taxes can't be that high there. Talk to me about the property. We got a minute. The property, I think people say, well, no, this is Texas. These are self-reliance. This is the pioneer frontier spirit. Your property taxes are out of control.
So they're very, very high. Now, keep in mind, we don't have a state income tax. So it offsets with property tax. But what happens is sometimes it does. It absolutely gets out of control. And you've got people being taxed out of their homes, especially senior citizens. We have some important tax amendments on this November 4th election as well. And they will increase our homestead exemption. So the homestead exemption heightens the amount to where you don't get taxed. So right now, the first $100,000 of all of our property is not taxed, but this raises it to $140,000.
The way real estate's down here, 100,000 is nothing, right?
Right.
They're exploding. Okay, Lee, hang on for. So, by the way, what's your campaign? Where, if people want to know more about your campaign, where do they go right now?
LeeForTexas.com.
Okay, and this is going to be a barn burner. This is going to go all the way. You're going to have to run through the tape. You know that. It's going to be incredible. We're going to take a short commercial break. Take your phone out. Text Bannon, BANNON, 989898. The ultimate guide, which happens to be free, for investing in gold and precious metals. And do not forget silver. Birchgold.com. Back in a moment.
Hi there, I'm Dean Heskin, President and CEO of Swiss America. Most investors believe their IRA, 401k, and bank accounts are reliable and safe. But what if our economy becomes so dire that you're restricted from accessing your own money? The fact is that should your bank be in trouble for holding bad loans, the burden could fall on you to help bail them out. Even more concerning is that U.S. financial regulations allow banks to impose withdrawal limits on your hard-earned savings. But there's something you can do about it. Our team at Swiss America has a report called The Secret War on Cash. Learn how to protect yourself with assets that can remain outside the control of banks and other financial institutions. For over 40 years, Swiss America has been one of the most trusted metal firms in the country. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these uncertain times.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help Rush, a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
If you call right now, your gift's impact will be doubled to help save lives.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back. You just got, as you walked in here this Friday afternoon, a huge endorsement in this race. Who just endorsed you?
It's so exciting. I just got a call from the Fort Worth Firefighters Association. These are the men and women who are running in a burning building when we're running out of it. And they are really a powerful force in Senate District 9. And I am so blessed and honored to get that call. I'm really excited.
So why, given the choices out there, why did they select you?
You know, one of the things we talked about in our interview is when I was a news anchor and reporter, I was one of the first reporters to talk about the off-gassing in plastics when they're burning and the carcinogens carcinogens in those and how firefighters are affected by that. So I really relate to a lot of their issues. And I've always honored our police and fire my entire life. And they just recognize that. And I'm just really.
So they know you've got their back. You're not just somebody blowing through town and want a endorsement. You've had their back for a long time.
For decades.
Decades. Amazing. And it pays off in a huge, people should know that's a huge endorsement here in this, in Fort Worth, the Fort Worth area. Tarrant County. Aaron writes, you also, sir, had a great life. Why do you want to be Attorney General of the great state of Texas? And why would you give up your life to get into this part of elective politics, which is just a cockpit? This is going to be such a tough race. Why are you doing it?
It's a great race. Look, and this is the great life, running for office in this capacity. I love running for Texas AG. I love the fight that we're in. You know, I'm a former Marine. In an earlier segment, you guys were talking about the 250th birthday that's coming up. I love being in the fight. But the reason why I'm running specifically for Attorney General of Texas is because I have served at Attorney General Ken Paxton's right hand. I was his offensive coordinator during the Biden years, suing the Biden administration. As an Attorney General candidate, I've been endorsed by Ken Paxton to succeed him. And I have seen from a front row seat how important it is to have a battle-tested warrior in this position to operate effectively in a lawfare environment in which we're in right now. My three opponents, they don't have the slightest clue what they're doing. They may be good legislators, but they are not, as President Trump described me when he brought me to the Justice Department, true MAGA attorneys and warriors for the Constitution. That's what we need in the Texas AG's office. And I think that my background litigating, investigating, suing, defending, and appealing on all the major issues that your national audience cares about, that's what makes me best suited for this job. We got to get the warrior in the fight, and I think that that's me.
So, Aaron, here's what I understand. It was Glenn Story and Lee Wamsgans that kind of came to me and said, hey, I don't think you quite understand how big a deal this impeachment of Ken Paxton is, and how it cuts to all the core issues between MAGA and the establishment, between the Trump faction and the Bush faction. And that's when we got engaged. Man, we did stories every day, had people on, did Saturday specials, and we're kind of the platform that started turning things around. In a system that would impeach a guy like Ken Paxton, who's kind of a legendary, individual as being an attorney general in the MAGA movement, why would you want that job?
Somebody's got to do the fight. Somebody's got to go to war and fight to advance our values through the justice system. I was with Attorney General Ken Paxton as his right-hand man throughout that entire impeachment process. From the moment that those liars decided to accuse him of doing a bunch of wrongdoing, to drag him through politically, try to humiliate and destroy him, all the way through the investigations and the impeachment, which, by the way, I think it's important to note, Steve, for your audience, all three of my opponents were behind the instigation and impeachment of Attorney General Ken Paxton. A guy that you had on the show just the other day, Congressman Chip Roy, was the first elected official in America to call for Attorney General Ken Paxton to be removed from office in October of 2020. Then, all the way 3 years later, in September 2023, he was still lending his name, image, likeness, and updated quotes and on speaking tours, calling for him to be convicted by the state Senate. My two other opponents were involved in whipping support to impeach Ken Paxton. One of my opponents spent $500,000 of his own money bankrolling primary challengers and House members who were going against Ken Paxton. And so the choices are very clear in this race. If Texans and your national audience stand with Ken Paxton, there is only one person in this race who is suited to be his successor, not only in terms of the loyalty that I've shown, the devotion to our movement, but the fact that I was in the lion's den with Attorney General Paxton. He endorsed me to succeed him, and I am ready to go to war. And Steve, I'll tell you this, I've seen how ugly this lawfare can get. I've seen how nasty it can get. We're not just fighting the demonic left, but we're fighting the squish, rhino, lying, duplicitous, deceptive rhinos on the right as well, both of whom came against Paxton and both of whom I've been fighting for my entire career. And it's that experience that makes me uniquely suited to serve as the next chief legal officer of the state of Texas.
Aaron, on the 20th of January of 2021, as President Trump's plane left the tarmac to the sound of Frank Sinatra's, a great song, My Way, we had Boris Epstein calling in. We teed up the 5 o'clock show, the afternoon show, and the first guest we had was Ken Paxton. And we said, yes. Ken, the AG is going to be the front line here. Tell us what you're going to do. And he says, hey, with the Biden administration, it was in the bounds of the Constitution, right? And this benefits the folks in Texas. We're going to support it and work with it. Where they're outside the bounds of the Constitution, and this is to the detriment of the citizens of Texas, I'm going to lead the fight. And of course, it's legendary what Ken Paxton did, leading virtually every fight, including for the election, all of it. Now that President Trump is in, what are you going to do as Attorney General regarding the Trump administration?
Totally. Well, I'll tell you, I remember January 20th, 2021 vividly, because what we were doing that afternoon is we were preparing our very first lawsuit, which we dropped when I was Ken Paxton's deputy and his offensive coordinator. We dropped our first lawsuit against the Biden administration on January 21st, 2021 on border security related matters, and we won that case. And since that time, I was responsible for coordinating and executing all of those Texas v. Biden lawsuits. During my tenure as Ken Paxton's deputy, I brought 46 lawsuits against the 46th president. And with Ken Paxton leading the charge, we won 85% of those cases. Now, it's a very different operating environment that we're in right now. We don't have an existential enemy in the White House. In fact, we have a very close ally in the White House. And so what I stand uniquely positioned to do, as somebody who just came from the senior most ranks of the Justice Department in the presidentially appointed Senate confirmed role as the head of the Office of Legal Policy, is that I am uniquely positioned to partner with the Trump administration to muster those resources, whether it's the White House staff, domestic policy, or DHS, DOJ, to bring those to bear as somebody who's already been vetted by that team, somebody who's already a friend with all of those key players, to coordinate our efforts to turn and train our guns on the enemy of liberty that have taken root here in Texas, whether they are the nonprofits, the Soros-funded DAs, the Sharia law entities that are taking root here, the anti-American college campuses that have flourished right here in Texas. So rather than turning our artillery against the feds, we can coordinate and cooperate with the Trump administration, with me as the Attorney General, a former senior Trump administration official, to really, really root out leftism, corruption, violence, fraud, waste, abuse right here at home on our home soil in the Lone Star State. And that's what makes me uniquely effective as the next Attorney General.
Aaron, social media coordinates and where do people go find out more about you and your campaign?
Well, folks can go to my website at aaronreitz.com, AARONREITZ.com. And I post on all social media platforms if you just search for my name, or my X handle in particular at Aaron_Reitz, AARON_REITZ. Vote for Trump's true MAGA attorney and warrior for the Constitution and the Ken Paxton endorsed successor as the next Attorney General of Texas.
Aaron, thank you so much for joining us on a Friday. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Lee. Good luck. God bless you.
Thank you for being in the Corps. And tomorrow, of course, Marine Corps 250 from Camp Pendleton, Amanda Head, and the entire RAV team will be out there. We got up close and personal with the Texas Senate, and I didn't know a whole lot about it beforehand. And I said, wow, when they went through the Ken Paxton trial and they were the jury and how close that whole thing was. How are you prepping yourself as you run and talk to your constituents to actually join that body, which I would respectfully submit is not entirely MAGA?
Well, yeah, it absolutely isn't. But the Senate is so much better than the House, right? How do I prepare myself?
Why is that in Texas? Texas, I said today, we had a conference meeting here. I said, this is the reddest MAGA state for people and for activists and for grassroots. And the political apparatus, the reason Texas is purple is that you have a blue apparatus, but still most of them have Republican next to their name. How could that possibly be?
Well, it really comes down to leadership. The leadership in the Senate is significantly more conservative than the leadership in the House. And so we have an unusual thing, with only 31 senators, 20 of them are Republican, 5 of them They're open seats coming up for election.
How can that be?
Well,
why would that many people want to leave at one time? So Republicans is 25% of the Republicans in the Senate,
yes.
as powerful as that is.
Yes, and so several things. One of them, got a great job. The other one is running for another position. A couple have retired. So, life happens. People retire. We're not meant to stay in government forever. So think about our founding fathers. They risked everything to run. You talk about why would I do it? Because I have a great life. I don't want to do it. It's a duty to do it. And if more good people don't do it, our country is finished. We have to step up.
What's going to be the top of the agenda? You said your things are property taxes and security, and particularly you hinted at something quite important. There was a controversy that the board was involved in for years. The duty of Texans, of the Texas government, to secure the border.
Right.
You just can't wait for the federal government. This during Biden, it was a disaster. You had Project Lone Star, but we had Ben Berquam, Bensman, many people that are in the government today down there. Project Lone Star was a lick and a promise. I mean, they were coming through and it wasn't being done. Is that something you're going to push? Because you're going to say, hey, President Trump, as great as he is, and of course, I'm head of Trump 28, you're saying at some point in time, that's going to come to a conclusion. Texas has to stand up and secure its own border. You're the 8th biggest economy in the world.
Right. It's the biggest responsibility of government is to protect our citizens.
And you think the state government too, you think they clearly don't want to do that, right? Or they would have done it.
There's a lot of people that want to, and if we send reinforcements like Ali Wamsgans to Senate, we'll have more strength for that. Operation
Is that big? Is the constituents when you're talking to them, that's something they bring up?
It's very important.
Wow.
It's very important. We've seen the decrease in crime, which is, why I talked to the sheriff today. He said, yes, it's real. Yes, we're seeing it. Yes, it's tangible. But Republicans are really good when we win in elections to sit back on our couch and eat our bonbons. We have to prepare now to make sure our border is never left wide open again. 11 million immigrants who are illegal immigrants were taken off the streets. Enough fentanyl to kill every man, woman, and child in America, Canada, and Mexico was seized by law enforcement. We cannot be in that situation again.
You've had some Antifa problems here with going after ICE officers. 2 incidents, I think one up in North Texas, and then that horrible shooting down here a couple of weeks ago. What are your potential constituents telling you about that, about the ICE officers and the mass deportations?
Well, our constituents are absolutely fully supporting law enforcement, fully supporting ICE, and we think it's un-American. And if you're going to attack our ICE agents, you do not deserve to be in this country.
Wow. Lee, hang around. Folks, I talked to Navarro. You could tell about his speech today at the Council on Foreign Relations. President Trump right now is weighing and measuring what to do on the request for Tomahawk missiles to go on offense in Ukraine. Remember, the kinetic part of the Third World War in Ukraine, 2.8 million to 3 million casualties already. Of course, we're now in an open economic war with the Chinese Communist Party. Birchgold.com, promo code War Room. We called it 4 years ago. Gold was $1,100 an ounce. Today, $4,300 an ounce. Back in a moment.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Obviously, a big audience watching this. A lot of the MAGA folks, Melissa Katz, and these fire-breathing populist nationalist Trump followers, they're very focused, particularly in the Dallas area, about security for elections. How big a priority is that for you?
It's a big priority. And, we made some progress after the mess of the COVID election. However, that bill took authority away from the Attorney General, put it all in the hands of the local district attorneys and those woke district attorneys.
He told me, and Paxton told me that was a killer for him.
It was a killer. It was a killer. So, think about it. Where this stuff happens the most are in these blue counties, and that's where we need to prosecute. And he wasn't allowed to go after them without it being referred to him from the district attorney, and they weren't doing that. So we did fix a lot of that this session, but there's a lot more to go.
As people are kind of shocked about a lot of the regulations down here in Texas and how it's really the political class down here is blue, people also assume you're the most gun owner friendly state in the union. I take it that would not be correct as I followed you around for the last couple of days?
That would not be correct. We made a lot of progress.
How can that happen in Texas?
Well, I don't know. I've not understood it because everyone I talk to is really on the same page with me with the Second Amendment. I have fought to ban unconstitutional red flag laws that violate due process for decades. I'm the only candidate in this race that was down in Austin this session, talking to members, pushing to get this law passed. Going door to door to door. We did get it passed. We finally banned red flag laws in Texas this session. But where we missed the mark is civil liability bills with the Second Amendment. What a lot of people don't realize is you can use your stand your ground law. You can legally defend your family. Of course, there'll be a court proceeding if you kill an intruder who's trying to harm you. And then you walk out of court totally justified in using that force. But then the leftists across the country, and definitely in Texas, they will fund lawsuits to simply.
No, wait. They hit you after getting off on the criminal side. They come as responsible. They come in and hit you with a civil suit.
Yes, 20 states have made this illegal. Texas still has it, and we missed the mark. And that's one of my Second Amendment priorities if I'm elected, because if you can be sued and lose your livelihood, you do not have a Second Amendment.
Brian Harrison was telling me one of the things people are starting to focus on now is concern about the Texas budget, about deficits. You guys had a couple of surpluses, but it seems like it goes overnight. Nobody really knows where this money is being spent. There's all kind of off balance sheet pockets. The only responsibility of the Senate and the House, I believe, is to pass a budget, correct? Right. What's the story on finances down here, deficits, and the direction of where things are going?
So again, our GDP is $2.7 trillion. Our
eighth biggest economy in the world.
It is. It's huge. We're soon by biennium, we're going to be the 7th largest economy in the world. And biennial budget is right just over 300
Because you're biannual
billion.
legislation.
Yeah, we only meet every 2 years.
But you have now special sessions all the time.
Well, we do. We only have a special session outside of the regular sessions in an emergency situation. These past special sessions are because it followed regular session. So we are supposed to only meet every 2 years. But our budget increased dramatically while we gave some property tax relief, some good things happened. We have to cut spending. The only way to really reduce the property tax burden, step number one, I'm a root cause person instead of just putting Band-Aids on things. Step number one, we need to cut spending in the state of Texas and tighten the belt and get rid of
I say spending.
fraud.
What has, like I said, it's come to a shock to people about how progressive some of these things are. What's the problem with cutting spending? You would think with the common sense of the Texas frontier and still this entrepreneurial spirit when you come down. I mean, people in Texas love this state so much. Where's the spending? Why are you having increases in spending and where is it?
Well, our two biggest budget items in the state of Texas are education and health and human services. And there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in both of those categories. And I know the last session, a DOGE committee was implemented, and we need to double and triple that. We need DOGE on steroids in the state of Texas. And that's going to be one of my goals.
Education. Brian Harrison has statistics of like only a quarter of the juniors in high school can read at proficiency or have math proficient. That can't possibly be as much money as Texas puts into education. And quite frankly, how education is kind of revered here, given the university system, given Baylor and all the private schools, TCU, SMU, University of Texas, the public, Texas A&M, Texas Tech. How can you have more money spent on education and failure to perform?
I'll tell you, it's heartbreaking as a mom who, raised two boys. They're in university now. It's really heartbreaking. The state of Texas currently is looking at 5 school districts. There's 13 in Senate District 9. Out of those 5 school districts statewide, 2 of those that are being looked at, being taken over for underperformance.
Taken over by the state.
Taken over by the state are in Senate District 9.
Impossible.
We have
with Fort Worth and all the explosive
Fort
growth.
Worth ISD is one of them. Lake Worth ISD is the other one.
Lake Worth.
We have a lot of work to do. Those kids deserve better. They deserve good education. That affects everything. It affects their lives. It affects our workforce. People are having a hard time finding good workers.
And you haven't gotten rid of DEI, or you haven't gotten rid of this radical transgender ideology, including in Texas, the home of Friday Night Lights. We still have an issue of men in women's sports.
Well, we did. I'll tell you, 3 sessions ago, they passed a bill that stopped men in women's sports, only K through 12, though. And so we're like, what? Because transgenders from their states can still come in and take those girls' scholarships that they've worked for their entire scholastic career. Session before last, we got it bumped up to cover colleges as well. Everyone thought, great, job done. Here's the problem. What was not outlawed.
There was a workaround.
There was a workaround. The workaround was men and boys were still allowed in private spaces, women's locker rooms and kids' locker rooms, bathrooms. This session, again, I'm the only candidate in this race. I was in Austin testifying on behalf of the Women's Privacy Act. And that bill is really incredible because it covers the privacy of girls and women in all government buildings. So that covers schools, K through 12, public universities. It also specifically covered all women's jails. I gave case study in my testimony about how heterosexual men were using the loopholes. They were predators to break into women's jails and rape them. One of them in Rikers Prison. He was in jail for raping an infant to death. He put on a skirt, went to the women's jail, raped her, was convicted for it. The third scenario is all women's domestic violence shelters. So we outlawed that in the state of Texas and protected women and girls because women and girls' privacy, dignity, and safety is worth the fight.
Amen. You're with us tomorrow morning. Tell us where do people go to find out where the rally is? Where do they go to your website?
It's right on the front page of leefortexas.com. You see it right there.
Okay, we're going to be back tomorrow, and we're going to be bouncing across from the great state of Texas and what's going on here with conservatives and grassroots MAGA, and of course the Moms for Liberty Conference in Orlando, Florida. And we're going to be tossing it in the afternoon to Amanda Head and the Real America's Voice team for Marine Corps 250. So tomorrow, Saturday, it's here starting at 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Stick around. We got another hour of the War Room late on a Friday in October. Back in a moment.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America. But every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
For 250 years, they've stormed beaches, broken lines, and made history in blood and valor. From the black sands of Iwo Jima to the streets of Fallujah. Get ready to move! No enemy too strong, no mission too hard, no fight too far. This Saturday, Real America's Voice takes you to the heart of the Marine Corps legend. Brad will have a front row view of the action, joined by battle-tested veterans and military experts who live the brotherhood of the Corps. Explosive action, raw power, unshakable pride. This is Marine 250 from sea to shore. Coverage begins this Saturday at noon Eastern, only on Real America's Voice, because freedom wasn't given, it was earned.
Hello, America. Happy Friday. Yes, we made it through a crazy week that started with a historic peace deal, ended with the possibility of peace between Russia and Ukraine with a big meeting today and a whole lot in between, including 3 major indictments. I'm your host, John Solomon. As you know, this is the Just the News, No Noise television show, but I'm not in Washington, D.C. like I normally am. I'm in Orlando at the Moms for Liberty conference here. An amazing day I spent here meeting some of the new young voices of the conservative movement. I even met a woman who is a liberal who came here because her own views are changing, she said, and she's been canceled for questioning liberal heterodoxy. It's been an amazing day. I'm going to get you caught up real quickly on the headlines, and then we're going to turn you out to Amanda Head, who's in California at an amazing backdrop at Camp Pendleton. We're going to bring her in a second. But first, the news. Today, President Trump met with President Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. They had a working lunch trying to get towards that elusive peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. President Trump made one thing clear today. He's not ready to give long-range, high-powered Tomahawk missiles to the Ukrainians. Said it's just not the time now. He hopes he can get to peace before that. Now, before this happened, President Trump had a very productive meeting with President Putin in Russia. I had a chance to talk to the president for a little bit this morning. He was very confident that Putin's in a little bit different state of mind and maybe in a way that could potentially lead to a real deal, not just a promise of a deal. That was really important. We'll get you to one of those indictments also, because today the former National Security Advisor John Bolton appeared in court, charged with 18 federal felonies, most of them violations of the Espionage Act, for mishandling classified information. He pleaded not guilty. This is going to be a difficult and long case for him and his family because his family's involved. The allegations are he moved classified information and other sensitive information to family members via email. Some of that information eventually got intercepted by our enemies in Iran. So a very big case here. We're keeping a close eye on that. For all the headlines, go to justthenews.com. We got you covered. Now, I want to bring in my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. She is at Camp Pendleton. Tomorrow is the 250th birthday of the U.S. Marines. I am so proud to know many great Marines that I live across the street from them. I go to the barbershop with them. I love them, and we honor you on your 250th birthday. Amanda, I wish I was there with you. I'm a little jealous of that backdrop.
Yeah, the backdrop is spectacular. The weather is made to order for such a wonderful weekend. Tomorrow is going to be incredible, John. We've got all sorts of military equipment that's going to be here. C-130s, FA-18s, F-35Cs. There's going to be flyovers. There are going to be amphibious demonstrations at HIMARS. It is going to be incredible, an incredible show of strength and might and unity, by the way, between the United States Marine Corps and the Navy. A lot of people know of their very close coordination in a number of wars, Vietnam, World War II, of course, our wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So they were setting up today, John, and we were there on site doing our media and equipment setup. Or my guys were. I wasn't really helping all that much. It was amazing to see the production. I think it is definitely on par with the Navy's 250th. The Army as well in Washington, D.C. There are going to be a lot of folks here, obviously Vice President J.D. Vance, the Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, and a lot of other dignitaries who are going to be here speaking. So it's going to be pretty much an all-day affair going up until about 4 p.m. And we're going to have live coverage of that right here on Real America's Voice. And like I said, I can't wait to be here. Southern California weather this time of year is just amazing. It's warm, it's breezy, and we are right here on the coast at Camp Pendleton. It is quite picturesque.
Well, we got both coasts covered. Two amazing locations, by the way, tomorrow, all day.
That's
live
right.
coverage, folks, here on Real America's Voice. Moms for Liberty in the morning, out to Camp Pendleton with Amanda in the afternoon for that spectacular celebration to anyone who wore the uniform in the service of this country, and particularly to all those who are proud Marines. We honor you today, and we thank you for your service. All right, we've got a great show for you today. We had that incredible interview with FBI Director Kash Patel a couple of days ago. People still talking about that. Today, we got one of the greatest voices I know when it comes to helping us understand what's going on in the FBI and law enforcement. He's the retired FBI Executive Assistant Director, and he's the author of one of my favorite books, Wanted, the FBI. I want to. So many agents I know have read that book, and they agree with it. He's our good friend, Chris Piotta. Chris, good to have you on, sir.
John, pleasure to be with you this evening.
Yeah, we love having you on. All right. We had a lot of nuggets in our interview with Kash Patel. I thought one that was most telling and has gotten a lot of buzz today is him saying that they found more examples of criminal behavior, weaponized criminal behavior by law enforcement and intelligence personnel in the United States government. He expects more indictments in the next few months. He said by the year's end, there'll be quite a few. The idea that we're getting to the bottom of it, punishing the things that deserve to be punished, getting rid of the things that don't deserve to be punished and not to deal with them anymore, kind of a big moment of accountability, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I think Director Patel and the people of the FBI are committed to setting things straight, putting the FBI back on the right track with the American people, and reestablishing that trust and confidence that people used to have in the FBI. It's going to take them a little bit of time, though, John, because they have to go through a lot of documentation. They have to look at the circumstances that existed, and they have to look at what the outcomes of certain I guess you can say referrals and prosecutions could be. So they're on the right track, and I'm glad to see that they're bringing some accountability.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Chris, how do folks who are supportive of this administration, this FBI administration, how do they dispel what we are constantly hearing from the left, including John Bolton, that this is a witch hunt, that this is weaponization? How do we dispel that?
All right. So I'll try to get that to you, Chris. It sounds like we couldn't write that audio right. But Amanda asked, how do we begin to dispel that distrust in the American public with the FBI, and also to reinstill trust in the agents on the front lines that they're going to do the job the way the book says it should be done?
Well, first of all, it's going to be done through action and deed. What you're going to see is the FBI operating in a manner that is honest, and objective, and apolitical, and professional. That's what it's going to take, and it's going to have to be all the time, every time. And the culture of the FBI is being shifted right now by the director and the senior leadership of the organization. They have to be uncompromising in their standards and expectations for FBI agents to conduct their business on behalf of the American people, in line with the Constitution, and in the service of the laws of our country. So it's going to take some time, but I think if they keep hitting the marks and they keep pushing hard, they're going to be able to reinstill that confidence and look for that respect that the organization once had, that previous leadership squandered.
Yeah, so important. I think we got Amanda back. Amanda, you want to see if we can chime you in here?
Yeah, I would love to ask you about Antifa, because one of the things that we spoke to Director Patel a few nights ago about was, obviously finding the money trail, and practically any criminal organization or something that you suspect to be a criminal organization, you got to follow the money. And he indicated to us that he was getting closer and closer to reaching that source. If he does get there, and it seems that there is some type of mechanism, some type of infrastructure to these protests, to the people who are funding them, does that open up RICO charges?
It could. It depends on how they want to try and take the organization on. What you're looking at is the investigative effort is going to identify logistical, funding, and facilitation networks. That's what they're looking for. They're looking for people who make these groups operate. And then they have to decide whether they're going to go for some shorter term tactical interruptions or interdictions, or are they looking for an entire enterprise takedown, which will take them a little bit more time, but it could destroy the organization from the inside, taking away their resources, taking away their training and their facilitation. And I'm sure there's going to be a balance of that. And I'm sure that the investigative strategy and then the intent of what they're going to do to prosecute is being worked out now between the FBI and Department of Justice.
Yeah. It's an amazing thing. And for a while, people were saying, oh, Antifa is not an organization. Well, I got news for folks. Last night, the Justice Department charged a cell of Antifa with clear crimes of terrorism. They have the names, they have the command structure, they have the acts that occurred in that terror attack. It's time for people to stop lying about Antifa. It's amazing. Chris, I want to turn to something that Kash said in the interview. He said that the key to what he wanted to achieve with the FBI was something very simple. Let good cops be cops. Get out of the way, get the politics, and let them solve crimes. He said that's how we caught Charlie Kirk's assassin in just 33 hours. That's how we took 19,000 people off the streets who were violent felons during this important summer operation. What is your sense of the men and women of the FBI right now? Are they feeling like they're able to do their job without worry about the politics anymore?
I think the new leadership has moved them away from some of that political, I would say, distraction that they had over the past few years in the peripheral matters of DEI and other things. And I think what you see is the effectiveness of the FBI when they're allowed to be the FBI, and whether or not Director Patel is prioritizing or putting his boot in some tail ends. The FBI is effective when it's allowed to be effective, and the FBI is the home to some of our best manhunters in the world. So you're seeing the FBI right now take direct action against crime in our communities. And you saw over the course of the summer, the Director Patel gave a rundown of the statistical accomplishments, remarkable work by the men and women of the FBI, as well as their law enforcement partners. So letting the FBI be the FBI brings great results.
Yeah.
That it does.
Chris, you spent so many years at the agency, and I'm really, really disheartened and concerned to see what we saw apparently out of Chicago, where you had city leadership who was pressing down on local law enforcement to not coordinate with federal law enforcement, in this case, ICE, in most of the situations. When you look at that relationship, because Director Patel indicated to us that when they speak to rank and file officers in those cities like Chicago PD, that the rank and file, they do want to coordinate with federal law enforcement. It's basically the bureaucrats, it's the suits at City Hall that are pushing against this. Are you concerned that that type of mentality in City Hall is going to propagate to other cities and therefore obstruct federal law enforcement?
I think what you're seeing is a breakdown in the law enforcement enterprise due to ideological beliefs and politics. And those two factors, ideological beliefs and politics, have no place in the law enforcement enterprise. When law enforcement is enforcing the laws of our nation and they need help from each other, that has always been an unspoken rule that was sacrosanct, that whenever another law enforcement officer was in trouble, you went to help. And the fact that I guess it was the chief of patrol stood people down while ICE was being attacked was disgusting. And it was so disappointing to see. It shows how our law enforcement community has been infiltrated by what I would consider to be low quality leaders or non-leaders. And we have to get rid of those folks. And I hope that swift action is taken so that type of behavior doesn't show up in other cities.
Yeah, so important to eradicate it. There's no doubt. I want to ask you a little bit about the news of the last 24 hours. The third major accountability indictment in the last month, James Comey for lying, Letitia James for alleged bank fraud today. John Bolton stood in a courtroom charged with 18 felonies, saying he mishandled the most important secrets that he was entrusted as the national security advisor. I think you've had a chance to look at this indictment. It's pretty serious allegations and pretty extensive behavior. Could you handicap it a little bit for us, Chris?
Well, what you're looking at is a senior level official who, on his own volition and knowingly, transmitted classified information across non-secure systems, and then he maintained information of a classified nature at his residence, not authorized to have that information, and he violated the Espionage Act. It's pretty straightforward. Now, I will tell you that he, as a former national security advisor, as well as he was the ambassador to the UN. So he had received numerous counterintelligence defensive briefings and security briefings, and he still decided to do this, which to me abuses the trust of the American people, and it shows poor judgment. And as this court case moves forward, I think, as you said earlier, it'll be a long courtroom experience for him and his family members. And I'm just sorry to see that our senior officials, sometimes they don't set the example for the rest of the government folks. And, he's going to have to be, I guess you can say, I hate to say punished, but he's going to have to suffer some consequences for those actions.
Yeah. Some of that information allegedly got to our enemies in Iran.
Yeah. Chris, before we let you go, I wanted to ask you, when President Trump came into office and FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino came in, one of the ideas that I think would be very, very successful in restoring trust to the FBI and bringing it back to its roots of just good cop work, that was taking people out of Washington and moving them out into the communities. Have you seen that happening to the degree that you would like to see it? Is it successful? Is it bearing fruit?
I think what you're seeing is under the direction of Director Patel, you're seeing much more community level engagement and operations by the FBI, especially during this past summer initiative. So you're seeing him move resources to the issues and the problems and the crime elements that are affecting people's day-to-day lives. And he has to balance that with the larger strategic issues, such as the national security mission. You're looking at the counterterrorism, counterintelligence issues. And he's got a difficult job to balance those two competing programs, crime versus national security. But I do see that he is moving those resources into the community. I just think I knew from the beginning when he was talking about it that it would take him some time to move those resources, to integrate them into operations, and to start augmenting effectively the work of the field offices. So they're moving in that direction. It's just going to take him more time than I think people understand from a logistical perspective to make that happen completely.
Chris, I have a funny feeling there'll be a sequel to your book called Got It, the FBI I Once Knew. We may got it back. I hope we get it there. It's always a great honor to have you on, and thank you for writing that book. I can't tell you the number of agents that come up to me and say how much they love what you said, the courage you showed writing that book. Great to have you on the show, my friend. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of the super moms here. She's been one of the driving forces behind Moms for America. She's also doing incredible work at the America First Policy Institute. Our good friend Erica Donald's next, right after these messages. Hey, folks, if you snore and your partner hasn't moved to another room yet, congratulations. You've either found true love or your partner has no other place to go. Let's talk about what your partner really wants in bed. Silence. Stop keeping them awake from your snoring and giving them 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Zypa is the only FDA-approved and patented anti-snoring solution invented by a leading sleep doctor that stops snoring at the source. Zypa has a 91% success rate backed by a 91-night sleep guarantee. That's pretty great. For a limited time, go to Zeepa.com and use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and get the absolute best solution guaranteed to stop your snoring with a Happy Z pack and save over 24% off. Plus, Zeepa will donate $10 to breast cancer research. Visit Zeepa, ZYPPAH.com. Use the code JTN or text JTN to 511-511 and save over 24% off with the Happy Z pack and start improving your sleep health today. That's a good thing. Remember, Zeepa is Happy Z spelled backwards. Text fees may apply.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
When it comes to keeping food fresh, air is the enemy. You need RoboSeal, the robotic canning device that seals jars in seconds. Use RoboSeal for strawberries, preserve juicy jellies, store perfect pickles, and prevent valuable veggies from spoiling. Act now to get RoboSeal for just $29.99. And you can get a second one for 50% off.
Call 1-800-788-1952 or go to buyroboseal.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back, America. We're live here in Orlando, Florida with the Moms for Liberty event here. An amazing day. I was so energized meeting so many young people here. It wouldn't be possible what has happened the last 4 years in the parents' right movement without our next guest. She is one of the founding forces here at Moms for Liberty. She is one of the chairwomen at the America First Policy Institute, which gave us that great Trump agenda. And soon, I have a funny feeling we're going to be adding a new title to her incredible resume, First Lady of Florida. Joining me right now, Erica Donald. Erica, good to have you here.
It's so good to be here. And you're right. The energy here is absolutely amazing.
It's amazing. And the age difference. I think I've been to every one of the 4 Moms for Liberty national events. And Philadelphia, I remember backstage at DC with President Trump. So many young moms here today and intersecting with grandmas and moms older than them. There's something special going on here.
Well, the America First movement is multi-generational and growing. I just kicked off a college tour at Florida International University and hitting a bunch of colleges around the country. And just like Turning Point chapters, new women, conservative women's chapters have exploded. When conservatives come on campus, they are eager to hear what we have to say. They have great questions. They're curious. And hey, they want us to start putting America first because that means we're putting them first in their generation.
What a difference from just a couple of years ago.
Amen.
It's really
Thank
amazing.
God for President Trump.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Absolutely.
All right, Amanda, where are you? We got you out there, right?
That you really coordinated on this policy, on what the Trump administration is doing with the Department of Education. Do you see it going in a good direction? Do you want to see it go even harder?
Absolutely. It is going in the right direction. As you know, earlier this year, they were able to reduce force by over half. Now that the shutdown has happened, there's no budget for a lot of these positions that we already knew were wasteful. And the department within the shutdown has also riffed another almost 500 positions. So we're getting closer and closer to the promise that President Trump made to the American people to shut down the Department of Education. But guess what? Classrooms have had no effect. They're
Nope.
still getting all the funding that they need to meet the needs of students. Teachers are still in classrooms doing everything they can to make sure these students succeed. And it's just another reason that we say we don't need the Federal Department of Education any longer. We should get rid of it.
I bet you scores go up when we do get rid of it. I bet you that's what's going to happen. Erica, one of the forces that I talked to so many people about today that they're still worried about are the teachers' unions. They are the driving force of radicalization in a lot of these school districts. And there are many great teachers who have to suffer inside those unions. Are we getting to a point where there could be an alternate union system?
Well, we don't want an alternate.
That's right.
Right? We want to get rid of it
Yeah.
completely. We want the free market to reign in our education system. We want teachers to have more choice, not just parents, because school choice and education freedom also means freedom for teachers to be able to teach in ways that they have not been allowed to. They've been
best and worst dinner for your waistline.
What about sweet potato?
The perfect one is the purple sweet potato, which is low.
Stop. Before you skip this ad, Big Pharma and shoe companies are furious that this doctor exposed their billion-dollar